Yes.
Oh, come on. Hello? Hello? Oh, that's excellent.
Good morning, gentlefolk. I'd like to give you all a very warm welcome this morning. My name is Howard Greenman. I'm Chair of the Strategic Planning Committee, and I will be presiding over this meeting today. I do have a bit of a cold about me, so that is all it is. I apologise for that. I hope you can all hear me okay. I thought I got rid of this cold. I gave it to my wife, and she sweetly gave it back again. But that is all it is. I think the COVID has probably pancaked my immune system, or at least the sanitisation probably did. But I'll give you a very warm welcome today. We've got some quite difficult cases probably to consider today. And I just want to thank you all for attendance. We've got full complements in the committee today. It's good to have the Strategic Planning Committee in full force there in front of you. Tara's to my left, Democratic Services Officer. She's I was going to say my right-hand man, but she's on my left. And then we have Andrew Guest, Head of Development Services to my right. Rory, who's responsible for at least one of the cases there. Stuart from Legal. He's come from outside to keep us on the straight and narrow today. I'd like to give him a warm welcome. And there's Gemma behind her with the Semington case. Rob Rossiter, and it's unusual that we have somebody here from Highways, but I thought it was very necessary today, so we have him here with us today. Thank you for that. And Comms at the back too. And I think Ellen's behind me and Kieran over there, making sure that everything runs smoothly. Talking of which, we have had some problems with the IT today, so I hope we don't have any more. Can you all hear me okay? No? Right. Can we do anything about that? Am I not loud enough? Does anybody else at the back have problems hearing me? No? You? Right, okay. Yes. We're turning it up.
About as far as it goes, it's next room. If we do have, there is the hearing room, there are also, people can sit at the unit and put in headsets and they really can't hear.
Okay. Well, there are some ways around it. We've just turned the volume up. There are sort of hearing loops and other bits and pieces that can be brought into employ if we need to today. But I should just try and speak up and try and keep your attention that way. So I'm going to go into the meeting now. We're going to start with apologies. I think we only have the one, Sarah Gibson. And good to have you with us, Stuart. Stuart Palmer standing in her stead today. We do have a written submission, I think, from Sarah, which I think we'll probably be reading out or sharing it in due course. You've seen the minutes of the last meeting. The last meeting became quite an interesting one. I think these always do, don't they? Have you all read the minutes of the last meeting? And you're all comfortable with those? Yep, no dissenters. Then, in which case, I will be signing those in due course. Adrian.
You don't look surprised.
No, I'm not entirely.
First of all, I'd like to thank the three officers for coming on Monday with us to the sites. That was very useful, very informative, and a great guidance to us. I've mentioned before in the past about the 5-year housing plan and giving us a date, and it was suggested that we would have training from the officers to us. Is it possible to have a date for that? Because on Monday it was proved that there is a lot we could learn from them, and it would be really appreciated if we could have that session.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian.
We had hoped to have a spatial planning officer here today to deal with a representation that's been made. Unfortunately, but they are unavailable in the event. So, but point taken, and we will organise a spatial planning officer to come to a near future meeting.
Howard mentioned to me we might have to have another meeting on the 2nd of March. Is it possible to have it combined with that, as we're going to have to come all this way for one item anyway?
It might be a bit soon for that, I'm afraid, because it's only next week, really. So it won't be that one, I'm afraid. And we will see if we can align it with an application that's relevant to the consideration as well. Of course, next week it'll be a solar farm, so not strictly relevant anyway.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that, Adrian. We do have a representation from somebody today regarding the Semington application with relation to the 5-year housing land supply issue. The metric is always under question, of course, and it will be worth us having a much clearer steer on where we are with that. So thank you for raising that. Are there any declarations of interest? Stuart?
Yes, I've got a declaration of interest for item 7B, the H2.5. The land is owned by St James's Trust. I'm a trustee of St James's Trust, so feel that I can't vote on that, but I'd like to stay and listen.
Of course, yeah.
Right. Sorry, under the new code of conduct, you won't be able to stay and listen. You would have to leave the room, I'm afraid. Sorry.
During the debate or for the whole thing?
I would say for the whole thing, probably. It's not a pecuniary interest, but
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I understand. I'll get a coffee then.
Yeah, it's not a pecuniary interest, but just to be safe, Stuart. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, best try and keep on the right side of all that. Chairman's announcements. There aren't any. Having said that, we are going to come to appeals in a minute, so I will just mention now, ahead of that, that you may be aware that the Westbury Waste Incinerator appeal was heard yesterday and has been approved. We've yet to play through the detail on that one, but that's the situation with that. That's a very late representation from me, but we only had it yesterday. So I would want to keep you updated with that one there. No other announcements from me. Now, public participation, I just want to run through the process today so that you're aware of how I intend to play things. In a few minutes, I'm going to ask the planning officer to present his report. Now, the first three we are going to be taking separately. I think it's wise to do so, although, of course, I don't think one can deny the fact there is a relationship between the three of them of one way, shape or form, but where they are going to be taken separately. The planning officer will present that in a few minutes. They may invite comments from other officers if appropriate, and Rory has been involved in some of these as well, but I guess it would be Andrew that will probably open up this one. And then I'll ask members of the committee to indicate if they have any technical questions to ask of the officers. And actually, I'm conscious as I say that there are members of the committee will have had some late representations this morning. I don't know if you've all had time to read them before the meeting, or if you want to have time to read them, because I'm very anxious that we should all be aware of all the details surrounding these applications before we take these forward. So if you do need time, if you want me to adjourn or have a pause, a break for 5 minutes to read them, please indicate so. Then we're going to proceed to public participation. Up to 3 objectors and 3 supporters were able to register to speak for each item up to 3 minutes each. Typically, I give a little bit of slack on this, but I'm not going to let you run away with yourself. If I think you're coming to a close of what you're saying, I will give you a little bit of time to complete what you're saying. But I'm not going to be too hard and fast, because I don't want you leaving the chamber today feeling that there was something that should have been said that wasn't. We really do need to be very well aware of all the issues on both sides of each argument today. So I will give a little bit of slack on that. If you see me doing this, you'll know that I'm going to wind you up. All right, so just take note of that, please. Thank you. Following the public slots for objectors and supporters, there are slots for statutory consultees. And we will then hear up to 3 affected parish councils for up to 4 minutes each. Again, I should probably be giving a little bit of slack on that one too. Within all statements, I will apply reasonable discretion if the end of a statement is approaching. Then after the parish councils, I will then invite the local unitary member, or members in this case today, for the application to speak. I will then open the item to debate, and I will ask the first committee member that's going to speak to move a motion which must be seconded. Officer advice may need to be taken in relation to any motion. I quite suspect that may be the case today. And at the conclusion of the debate, I will then proceed to a vote. I should just point out that we are live streamed, and so because of that, I would ask that all your mobile phones are either turned off or turned to silent. We're not expecting any fire drills today either, but if there is a fire alarm, you'll leave by the 2 access doors that you came through. So on that note, I will hand over to Andrew for any planning appeals and updates. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Chairman. The only update, in addition to what is on the list there, is that the Westbury Incinerator application, the appeal there was allowed yesterday. and we're still digesting the decision, which is very lengthy at this time.
Thank you. Christopher, Councillor Newbury.
Chairman, yes, I understand that answer. It's, someone sent it to me, and it's a 73-page report of extremely dense argumentation, so I sympathise with the need to analyse it. There is the more immediate issue that I believe I saw the separate costs decision, and I gathered from that the inspector had granted the applicant North Acre a partial award of costs. I'm just wondering if Andrew can reassure us that that is not going to be a terrifying amount and that we can fit it into our budget.
That's quite correct. There is a cost decision and there is a partial award of costs against the council. Again, it's being digested. It itself is a fairly lengthy decision letter. The fact it's partial is important, but what the actual quantum will be, we don't know at this stage. We have to wait for the appellant's team to present something to us, and then a discussion commences at that point.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, it would be helpful, I think, to have it reported back at some future time when the appellants have presented their bill and we have sort of come to some arrangement over it.
Yes, thank you, Christopher. It will have to be reported back, in my view. I think there's a lot that we can learn from this. And there's a number of observations I have now, but it's probably not pertinent or appropriate to do so while it's in the hands of our legal team. But we do need to look at this in more detail, probably at a later date. So on that note, if there's no more questions on that, I'm now going to ask Andrew to present our first case today, land south of Church Lane, Upper Studley. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Before I start, I'll just explain the representations we've received and which have been circulated to the committee and or emailed to the committee. One is from Councillor Sarah Gibson, who cannot be here today. Her comments relate to the first three applications, the Trowbridge applications, and it's my intention to read that out for the benefit of the wider audience, and I shall do that in a moment, and I will comment on a couple of points that she has raised as well. The second representation from CPRE is a couple of documents, press article and a plan. That relates to the third applications, that's the Southwick Court Farm adjacent land. And the third representation is from Mr. Morland, and that relates to the Semington application, the fourth application on the agenda. And we will deal with that when we get to the fourth application. So without further ado, the first application, as the chairman says, is or land south of Church Lane at Upper Studley. Now, this application seeks outline planning permission. I jumped ahead. This application seeks outline planning permission for 55 houses, including a new vehicular access from Froome Road and areas of open space for amenity and ecology. All matters are reserved except the access, for which there are full details. The committee will appreciate that this is the first of three applications on this agenda relating to three sites in this vicinity. The three sites are shown on this slide. All of these sites comprise allocated housing sites in the adopted Wiltshire Housing Sites Allocation Plan, or WASAP, and each has a specific policy in the WASAP setting out the expectation for the sites. I'm going to refer to the Wiltshire Housing Sites Allocation Plan as WASAP because it's less of a mouthful. A number of representations for all three applications have expressed concern that they should be considered as one, or more specifically, should be master planned as one. In view of these representations, it is appropriate, indeed it's necessary, to address this at the very start. The committee will have read in the report that it is not the opinion of officers that the three sites need to be considered as one, or that they require a single master plan. In actuality, the policies for each site in the WASAP require individual master plans for each site with, and I quote, coordinated consideration of the provision of necessary infrastructure to achieve a comprehensive development of the site, end quotes. So that's not sites. The policies then continue by stating that, and I quote again, in any cumulative issues associated with heritage, landscape, biodiversity and highways access should be considered as a comprehensive and on a comprehensive and consistent basis for the allocations to ensure that new development sensitively addresses the urban edge of the town. In his report, the planning inspector for the WASAP explains this further, stating that this approach should not prejudice the delivery of each site, and all this is likely to mean in practice is that the schemes coming forward must have regard to the other proposals in the development pipeline and ensure that they are not mutually exclusive or prejudicial to each other. With this in mind, each of the three applications has its own master plan as required by the WASAP, demonstrating how the particular proposal achieves the particular site's comprehensive development. And each application is supported by its own suite of surveys and reports demonstrating how particular proposals addresses its surroundings, which include the nearby other allocations. And to complete the picture, there are also cumulative impact assessments where necessary, addressing matters including, for example, ecology and highways design. For completeness, two extracts from the cumulative assessments are shown on the following slides. Firstly, this is the highways access design plan for all three sites, and it demonstrates how they interrelate and how they can all be provided and then operate without adverse implications for one another and highway safety in general. This plan has been agreed by the highways officer. This is the cumulative impact plan for ecology, showing the ecological constraints for the three sites and how these interrelate, notably the bat flight corridors, which remain continuous through and between the sites. And again, this plan is agreed by the ecologists. So all in all, the three applications comply with those parts of the individual WASAP policies for each site that require individual master plans for each site, and which require each site to have regard to the others when necessary. The evidential requirements of the WASAP policies are therefore met, and the technical consultees are satisfied with this, raising no objections in relation to the cumulative effects. So turning back to the first application itself, this slide shows the site with the Lambrook Stream to its southwest side, Church Road to its northeast side, and Froome Road to its southeast side. Parameters master plan shows the built elements of the proposal in two split but central areas, shaded beige on this slide, and with surrounding public open space and ecology areas and corridors shaded green. This is given further detail in the concept master plan here, which also shows proposed public access routes and pedestrian access points to both Church Road and Southwick Country Park. The blue is an attenuation basin for the SUDS scheme, which would be designed to ensure runoff from the site is maintained at existing levels or better. That part of the site proposed for built development is in flood zone 1. Specific details of the Froome Road access in this slide showing the Bellmouth junction. And this is the slide, this is the site-specific habitat creation and management plan showing the circa 15-metre bat corridors and buffers and other areas, all in accordance with the Trowbridge bat mitigation strategy. Separately, a biodiversity metric has been carried out demonstrating net gain in habitat units and a slight shortfall in hedgerow units. The shortfall in hedgerow units is to be addressed by financial contributions to off-site enhancements. On infrastructure made necessary by the development, 17 of the 55 dwellings would be affordable, and that meets the policy requirement in this area. Financial contributions will be made towards school places, for local leisure and recreation provision, for highways improvements, for pedestrian and cycle links, and bus stops, for public art and for waste management. And there is also the contributions for the offsite diversity provision, as I explained. So just turning back to the slides, obviously the committee carried out a site visit, so you're very familiar with what this site looks like, but we have some photographs in any event. First photograph, this is looking down, or looking southwards along Froome Road. So the access to this site is on the right-hand side. On this slide, we're looking in the other direction. And the actual access to the site goes in where that white van is, so alongside that existing house. Another closer photograph from the looking in the southerly direction, showing the access position. You can see those houses there. This is Church Road on the north side of the site. The committee recall this is where the gate was, where we came out of the site. And this site is looking down across the site. You can see the ground level falling away down to the stream at the base, and beyond that, the light-coloured green is the Southwick Country Park beyond. Another photograph within the site. Again, this showing the relationship with the established development outside of the site. I think that's, yeah, and another site. This is looking back towards where the access comes in and towards Froome Road. And that's the final slide again, just showing the inside of the site. I said I would read out Councillor Gibson's representation, so I'll do that now. I'll skip the very first bit and start with, I came to this application with an open mind and have come to these conclusions reading the officer's report, the letters from the applicant and objectors. I appreciate that these applications are part of the WhatsApp. However, with all the other sites that have come forward recently, the urgency for these to provide housing is not so clear. And with the emergence of the new local plan next year, could conceivably be rethought. The most compelling argument for not approving these applications, especially R4.6, that should read 2.6, is on the potential archaeology issue. When consultants, LUC commissioned by WC, Historic England and the Council's own archaeologists state the need for pre-consent investigation, and approval could be considered in breach of para 194 of the MPPF in terms of potential archaeological interest. In addition to this, I'm concerned at a lack of a real master plan, that these three adjacent applications are not being assessed as a whole. The implications on vehicle movements on the Froome Road of 285 new homes should not be considered piecemeal. The H2.6 development particularly will clearly provoke a large number of vehicle movements, including potential congestion on the A361. Given that this long proposed lane is a single-track road, I feel therefore that 2.6 contravenes core policy 60I. The larger site isolated at the end of this long single lane is not efficient use of land or a retention of enhancement of existing important landscape. As such, it can contravene CP 57. Add all this to the note on CP 29 stating that further development will not be permitted until improved secondary school provision has been secured, which I don't believe it has, and we look as if we are rushing here. As always, it is clear that an enormous amount of work has been put into the officer's report to explain these issues so comprehensively, and it's precisely from this rounded explanation that I'm left with the feeling that if the committee were minded to defer this application until further archaeological investigations are carried out, we would be doing the right thing. So I would ask the committee just to remember Councillor Gibson's comments in respect of the third application. On the more general comments she makes about all the applications, first off, where she says about the delivery of housing generally, the situation is that these sites are actually factored into the housing delivery figures, and that is because they are allocated sites. So in the suggestion that's being put forward here, that there is no urgency for these sites to be considered now and they could be rethought, the answer is they do need to be considered now. They are already factored into the trajectories. If they are taken out, then the housing land supply situation will be affected by that, because these sites are expected to start to deliver in the trajectories within the next 5 years. The other point, the general point she makes to do with the education consideration, the simple answer to this is that the education officer has considered these applications and she has determined that, well, she's raised no objection, but that is subject to contributions being put towards education provision within Trowbridge. The key there is that she does not object. And I think that's it, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. That's a very comprehensive presentation. Thank you, Andrew. All three of these, in fact, are within the WhatsApp, aren't they? Yes, they are. So I'm going to open it to members for questions, please, technical questions. And we start with Adrian. Councillor Foster, thank you.
Just a technical question, Andrew, if that's possible. I'm concerned about the fact that there's 17 social housing on this site, and you say that that's within the expectations, but that is only 22.5% in my calculation, and we have a policy of 40% across the county, except in some areas where, for some strange reason, it's only 30%, which I still haven't had the answer to why that is. But why are we prepared to accept such a low level of social housing here?
I calculate it to be 30%, but I will check my maths, but yeah.
Yeah, because it's 17 out of 50,
I
55,
apologise.
so that's actually a third, 33%. Yeah.
And we're in the 30% area. So.
Christopher, Councillor Newbury.
Mr. Guest was saying that these sites are already part of the delivery plan for the 5-year housing land supply. Can he give us the number that's in the 5-year housing land supply? I mean, clearly, if it was if it was the whole of the allocated numbers or the applied numbers, that would be much more serious than if it was 20. So could we just hear what the number is in the 5-year housing land supply?
The number we always quote, of course, is where we are based on the last housing land supply statement, and that is showing that we are at 4.7 years supply. I appreciate that's not the question. And that is obviously below the requirement for 5-year land supply. Now, in terms of these sites, and again, forgive me, this doesn't answer the questions, but the trajectories are expecting from Church Lane to supply 45 of its units between 2026 and 2028, and Upper Studley to supply all of its 55 units between 2023 and 2026, and for the Southwick Court land to supply 80 units between 2026 and 2028. And those numbers are then put into the calculator to come to the 4.7-year overall figure as to where we are at. So returning to Councillor Gibson's comment, if they were taken out, that will have implications for the calculator and the final figure.
Okay, and then a follow-up question. At what point would they be taken out? I mean, clearly they're in there at the moment without there being any planning permission granted. Presumably that's because somebody has assessed that they are likely to come forward within that period of years. If we did not grant the 3 recommended planning permissions today, at what point would that have an impact? You know, at what point would the numbers have to be reassessed so that something was taken out?
They would be reassessed in the preparation of the replacement housing land supply statement, which of course is due around about April, we're told by spatial planning. So they would have to be either, the reason they are in there is because these are allocated sites. So there's an assumption that they will come forward. And then there's a further assumption that they will come forward within a certain time frame. And that's related to when planning applications are made and when planning applications are expected to be decided. So, moving forward, these allocations will not be removed. They are part of the WASAP, And if they aren't delivered in the life of the current WASAP and core strategy, they will be carried forward into the replacement local plan as that moves forward.
I think that answers the question. I think the answer is that even if we don't grant the permissions today, the numbers will stay in the 5-year housing land supply. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's correct, because
Thank you.
they'll remain an allocated sites.
I'll just come back to you in a minute, Beth. Just picking up that point, so the three figures that you gave amount to about 180 houses. We're looking at actually 285 today.
The reason for that is because the Southwick Court Farm, if that is approved, will take longer than 5 years to deliver 180 units.
Thank you. Beth, Mr. Shuffle.
Yes, so I think you may have just answered one of my questions. So the 2.6, the big one at the south, you were saying that was included in the figures for the 26 to 28 delivery. And so that one, is that simply because it will take longer because it's larger, or is that expected to be delivered a bit later?
That's exactly right. As you said, it will start, the trajectory is reckoning on it starting to be delivered in 2026. A big site, it's still got to go through reserve matters on the assumption it gets planning permission. That will take time. And then there's obviously all the other bits and pieces the developer has to do before they can put a spade in the ground. So 26 start date. And then for that number of houses at a delivery rate of, say, 60, 70 a year, it's going to flow outside the 5-year time. So it's a reasonable assessment of likely delivery rates.
And I also just had a small question, which is possibly technical on the 2.6, but it was with regard to Councillor Gibson's letter. She said the 2.6 development, given that this long proposed lane is a single track road, it's not, is it? The lane across the thing, I thought it was two-way.
Could I ask you to hold that question until we
sure.
get to
Just, I don't want to forget it.
2.6?
Okay.
Yeah.
No more questions. In which case, I will invite our first speaker then, if I may, Graham Hill. Thank you, Graham. Yes, if you'd like to take the mic there, that'd be great. Thank you. It's okay.
Technical issues. I just ask permission to introduce myself before I go into my 3 minutes. I'm speaking, the reason for that is I'm speaking on all three
That's
applications.
right, you are.
Thank you. I have prepared 3-minute speeches, so won't eat into any more time. My name is Graham Hill. I'm a Trowbridge Town Councillor in my second term and currently serve as Mayor. I've been a member of the Operational Flood Group for both of my terms and authored the Trowbridge Emergency Plan with Wiltshire Council officers prior to that document becoming a part of county records and policy. During the WHSAP examination, I attended at top table for the entirety of the period covering the Trowbridge allocations and was directed to co-author the Education Statement of Common Ground for Trowbridge in that process by the Inspector. I'm a founding member of WALPA, which is the Wiltshire Area Localism and Planning Alliance, and sit on the steering committee for that group. Finally, along with the town clerk, I represented the town council as a Rule 6 participant, where we presented evidence and argument to support the decision of this committee in the recent Wayne Holmes appeal, in which the appeal was dismissed. If I might now move on to my statement regarding H24. Some quotations. The site is in multiple ownerships. It is reasonable for the policy to seek to ensure a comprehensive approach to development through some form of master plan. This also applies to other sites where similar requirements are in place. And to be effective, each policy should make it clear that regard must be had to development taking place in other sites. Furthermore, both individual and cumulative effects on the country park must be taken into account. And the need to be mindful of the cumulative impacts of development occurring elsewhere nearby. These quotations are taken from the Wiltshire Housing Sites Allocation Plan Final Inspector's Report. The inspector was a government-appointed inspector whose rulings have a weight in law. Quotations are from paragraph 69, 79, and 88 respectively, and form clear directives. Having been a top table participant during the examination of all of the Trowbridge allocation sites, I can recognise the responses to the debate, which took many days. These 3 sites form a single floodplain, artificially subdivided by land ownership. They form a protection for the watercourses downstream and are the source of the greatest challenges to fluvial management as identified within the Trowbridge Emergency Plan held by Wiltshire Council. They perform the role of attenuating both fluvial floods from the Lambrook, a designated main river, and surface water. The surface water overload is generated not only by runoff from the natural, but from drainage systems designed and installed over 60 years ago. Current surface water drainage solutions upstream of this site are annually overwhelmed by the density of development since their construction and the impacts of climate change. The impact of this is regular, predictable flooding of both highways and footways and a mounting threat to dwellings. The combined floodwaters flood developments along the Lambrook, into the Biss, and then the Avon. Each of these 3 applications proposes to modify these floodplains in a manner which protects the new build but pushes the danger of flooding elsewhere. Floodplains are being disrupted by hard landscaping, a 100-metre-long bridge, roadways, and tree planting. As a member of the operational flood group, I recognise that tree planting can reduce some of the impacts of surface water, but not when those trees are in areas regularly under more than a metre of water. Agencies and officers have repeatedly expressed their frustration that each application has been assessed in isolation. Those are the rules, unless specified to the contrary by officers. The inspector recognised this in his rulings, which loosened the shackles and required this holistic assessment. To this date, no application has recognised its own impact on the country park, let alone worked cumulatively with others. No mention of cumulative effects of development elsewhere has been made by any applicant, and no master plan relating to flooding on a notified floodplain has been brought forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Graham. Appreciate that. Steve Wiley, please. You can take it from there if you like.
Okay. Yeah, Steve Wiley, resident of Church Lane. Church Lane today is much the same as it has been for centuries, a characteristic rural Wiltshire enclave. The song thrush welcomes the dawn with gusto from the top of an oak tree. The 3 deer in the field look up momentarily before returning to their grazing. The squirrels dance along the telephone lines. As the sun rises in the sky, the song thrush gives way to the cacophony of bird chatter that erupts from the ancient protected hedgerow surrounding and dividing these fields. This hedgerow is a prime nesting environment for these birds. Flocks of ducks and swans make haphazard landings on the newly formed lake adjoining the swollen Lambrook stream. The lake remains here for weeks, given the warmer, wetter winters resulting from global warming. This land is, after all, ancient water meadow and home to all manner of wetland plants and wildlife. Thank goodness there are no houses here. They'd never get insurance this close to a flood zone. A pair of red kites floats high upon the breeze, with a keen eye looking for lunch. As the day draws on and the sun sinks to the west, the spire of the Victorian St John's Church can be seen from Southwick Country Park as a golden glint rising above 6 other Grade 2 listed buildings. On Sunday evening, the church bell and organ music catches on the breeze. With dusk, the 3 deer return to the fields, and the rare Beckstein's bats and other bats crisscross the navy blue sky. They are followed by the hooting owls and other nocturnal inhabitants of these fields, trees, and the Lambrook stream. The UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, source World Wildlife Fund. Wiltshire Council was rightly proud of its idyllic rural landscape when it comes to attracting new business and tourists. Does the Wiltshire Council Planning Committee really want to be responsible for irreversibly destroying 3 green landscapes, replacing birdsong and wildlife with engines and people, and putting another 350 motor vehicles plus visitors onto the dangerous First Hill, a fatal accident waiting to happen on this already busy highway, whilst there are so many brownfield sites available in Trowbridge Town Centre? How many vacant units are there currently in the Castle Place shopping centre? I also have it on good authority that Wiltshire Council has already approved 190% of its target for the current development period, so there is absolutely no need to dig up any more of Wiltshire's green fields. Which legacy would this planning committee prefer to have? Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. That was quite poetic. You ought to publish that in some kind of visitor's guide. Thank you. Peter Mills, please. Thank you.
I am Peter Mills, resident of Church Lane. There are 3 protected or threatened species inhabiting the land adjacent to the floodplain. Over 50 species of bird have been recorded in the area, including waterfowl such as curlew, snipe and egret. Deer hide in the hedges. At night, there is the sound of tawny owls and the sight of barn owls. There are 13 species of bat out of the 18 native to the UK, including the ultra-rare Beckstein's bat. The noise pollution from the traffic on Frome Road already causes disturbance, and the risk of road traffic accidents already high. This is especially true at weekends and during school holidays when the car park for Southwick Nature Reserve and Hope Nature Centre overflows onto Frome Road, causing multiple opportunities for collision. Trying to turn onto Frome Road from Church Lane or into Church Lane from Frome Road during rush hour oscillates between tedium and treacherousness. The speed limit signs are ambiguous and too close together, it seems, for many to adhere to. Tragically, this stretch of road has recently borne witness to death due to road traffic accidents. Though, of course, the flow of traffic is not the only problem. The extent of the flooding is obscene. I've stood in the field of the water up to my knees, watching an erupted drain spew out whatever that was. It is, after all, a floodplain. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciate that. And Darren Parker, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'm going to be quite brief. I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant. I'm the applicant's agent. I'm a planning consultant, have been so for about 25 years or more. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think it's important to note that the applicant is the landowner, is the sole landowner for the application boundary, and is not a developer. Once the site was included in WhatsApp, the outline plan application was submitted to demonstrate that the site could be delivered to support the allocation. The application is for up to 55 homes. The final number will be determined when a developer provides the details of the homes to be built. These details will need to be consistent with the parameters that have been shown on screen today that are recommended to be approved. The WhatsApp established the principle of development at Church Lane. Thorough master planning has been undertaken to ensure any necessary mitigation can be installed and the site doesn't prejudice development elsewhere. The applicant has cooperated patiently throughout the assessment of the application. There are no objections to the application from the relevant and qualified statutory consultees. The site is acceptable in terms of flood risk and drainage, access and biodiversity. During the assessment of the application boundary was reduced to take into account the historic assets nearby. The terms, as have been explained, for a range of planning applications have been agreed, and a Section 106 would be completed swiftly if the decision is to approve the application. There's been significant interest in the site from developers throughout the time that it's been determined. The site can deliver much needed homes, of which it's been confirmed up to 17 would be affordable homes. From my experience, the review of the planning considerations that has been undertaken is robust and consistent with the recommendation to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. And Lance Allen, please, from the Trowbridge Town Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm Lance Allen. I'm the Town Clerk of Trowbridge Town Council, and I'm here representing the Town Council's position on this and the other two applications to come. So we start with H2.4. Trowbridge Town Council is not opposed in principle to the development of sites H2.4 and H2.5, both of which fall within the Trowbridge town boundary and on the urban side of the BAT corridor. Trowbridge Town Council is opposed to site H2.6, which falls outside the Trowbridge boundary and also outside the protected BAT corridor on the edge of the built-up area. The acceptance of the existence of the BAT corridor on the edge of the current built-up area of Trowbridge clearly demonstrates an edge beyond which development becomes less sustainable. This results in a proposed development at H2.6, which therefore cannot integrate well with the town, unlike H2.4 and H2.5. The Town Council's interpretation of the Wiltshire Housing Sites Allocation Plan, the WhatsApp, Inspector's report is that in at least some respect, the three sites should be subjected to a collective assessment to address the cumulative impact of all three sites. In the word of the inspector, associated with heritage, landscape, biodiversity, and highway access. The fact that all three sites are brought to the committee at the same meeting ought to have made the production of such a collective assessment a reasonably less difficult task. Whether it is correct to interpret the requirements of the WhatsApp Inspector's report that such cumulative impacts are or are not for the three applicants to address within their individual applications or through cooperation with each other is questionable. The Town Council appreciates the interpretation placed upon the lack of a comprehensive master plan covering all three sites. But if this is the case, it does not absolve Wiltshire Council of the responsibility that it must ensure that in the reports presented to the committee today, those cumulative impacts are addressed for all three sites. If you are not confident that you have information before you today which addresses all of the cumulative impacts on heritage, landscape, biodiversity, and highway access, then the only options available to members are that either all three applications should be deferred until such cumulative impact assessments are available, or that one or more of the applications should be refused. Whilst the cumulative impact on ecology may be included in H2.4, it does not offer cumulative impact assessment for all of the other required aspects. In fact, Mr. Guest presented earlier the cumulative highway plan showing all three junctions, but I so far have failed to find this plan in the application pack for H2.4. With respect to the proposed bus stop contributions, they are allocated inappropriately and should be allocated to the nearest bus routes as follows: from H2.4 to bus stops on the route including Manor Road and Lambrock Road, from H2.5 to bus stops on Froome Road including those in the vicinity of White Row Park, and from H2.6 to bus stops on Marston Road and Bradley Road, as well as those on Froome Road adjacent to the entrance to the country park. Whilst, as stated, Wiltshire Council will not adopt the public open space, I can confirm that Trowbridge Town Council is happy to adopt public open space on H2.4 and H2.5, and it is therefore hoped that you will ensure that the opportunity to adopt the POS is offered to the Town Council. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lance. Some good points well made. And I'd like to turn now to our unitary member, David Viger. Good to see you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, yes, as you say, I'm the local member for this area. It's the Trowbridge Grove division in Wiltshire Council terms. So I've been following the course of these applications for around 2 years. And from my perspective, there are 6 issues that apply to all 3 sites. And I'd like to cover all of those now, if I may. I'll be as brief as I can. I think it should probably take about 7 or 8 minutes. And then I will be saying less about the other 2 sites. The first issue, to pick up where the town clerk left off, is about the cumulative impact of these developments. As many of you saw on Monday, all 3 sites drain into the same river and have access onto the same road. And the WhatsApp that we've heard so much about says, I quote, any cumulative issues associated with heritage, landscape, biodiversity and access should be considered on a comprehensive and consistent basis for allocations H2, 4, 5 and 6. Officers have said that the key is for each application to address policy while not prejudicing delivery on one or all of the sites. I don't think that's the same thing as addressing cumulative impacts. I take the WhatsApp provision simply to mean that cumulative impacts must be considered cumulatively, and that is not happening. What we see a clear example of this in terms of the vehicles emerging onto the A361. We've seen the chart that the map that was referred to and that the town clerk has just referred to, which shows you a highways design that certainly does portray the access for all 3 sites. But what of the amount of traffic? The individual reports give some individual projections. 25 vehicles coming onto the A361 from one of the sites in the morning rush hour, 29 vehicles coming from another. However, thanks to the officers, I have a table that shows the total number of vehicles projected to turn onto the A361 each morning rush hour, and that number is actually 112. The number turning off the main road onto the estates is 45. Yet you do not have those numbers in front of you. Those numbers have not been shared with members. They are very quantifiable examples of what a report on cumulative impacts might include, and that is just the start. What is the cumulative impact on the Lambrook stream, the watercourse? The Environment Agency have not been asked to comment. What would Historic England say about the aggregate effect of these 3 sites on the heritage asset of Southwick Court? We don't know because they haven't been asked. I believe that the only way to implement the WhatsApp requirement correctly is to produce a report that assesses the cumulative impacts of the 3 sites and ask the statutory consultees to comment, because at the moment they're in a position where they have no powers to insist that that should happen. The second issue I want to raise is about impacts on people. We saw a lot of people in the chamber today. That's why I think this is an important aspect. Now, all councillors know it's a kind of Councillor 101 thing that you're told you can't refuse an application just because some people don't like them. I completely agree. However, there's a material difference between people not liking something and being affected by it. And Core Policy 57 of the Wiltshire Core Strategy says that proposals should make a positive contribution to the character of Wiltshire through having regard to the impact on the amenities of existing occupants. This brings the impact on residents into scope, and this was indeed recognised by the inspector who supported this committee's decision to refuse the Wayne Homes application at Drynham Lane last year, because it conflicted, and I quote from the inspector, with Part 7 of CP 57 insofar as this seeks to protect the amenity of existing residents. I think the potential loss of amenity here is shown by the hundreds of people who have objected, people who use these sites for exercise, for recreation, who enjoy, as we've heard from residents very eloquently, having a green space to enjoy and to look out onto, to appreciate the wildlife. These sites have each attracted more individual objections than Ashton Park. Together, they've attracted at least 10 times the objections, despite these 3 sites together being only 1/10 of the scale of Ashton Park. And in my view, that is because Ashton Park is a good, sustainable development with schools, facilities, shops. These dormitory estates are not. Local people are affected in multiple ways, many of which are covered by Core Policy 51 on landscape, loss of natural features such as trees, hedgerows, field boundaries, views, visual amenity and tranquility, as we've heard. Third point that I think we need to look at in regard to all 3 sites is highways. Many of you saw the A361 on Monday. You saw the number of HGVs, you saw the narrow pavement. These developments would more than quadruple the number of homes accessed from that 200-metre stretch of road to around 360, and more than double the number of T-junctions on that stretch of road to 7. The projection of 112 additional vehicles emerging onto the A361 that I mentioned just now at the morning rush hour is based on standard modelling, so it doesn't factor in, and I understand you can't do this, specific circumstances such as distances to schools and workplaces. That would be a different calculation. And after some debate, the highways team have also decided against having a light-controlled crossing at that point going across the Froome Road or an extended 30-mile-an-hour zone. So the upshot could be quite significant numbers of drivers waiting for gaps in free-flowing traffic onto a busy road at 8:30 each morning. I think that causes that the risk of a hazard there is something that is material and should be taken into account. Fourth issue, also mentioned schools. The Wiltshire Core Strategy said that additional dwellings beyond the southeast of the town would be developed only once improved secondary school provision is in place. Yet the nearest school places for these sites are likely to be in central Trowbridge. The applicants are being asked for Section 106 contributions to all places, but there's no actual plan to create the places. And I don't think the education officer's comments in any way negate the fact that there's no school there. There are no school places there. These school places are purely theoretical. And indeed, the inspector who dismissed the Wayne Homes appeal said he was not satisfied that actual places would be delivered as a result of the financial contributions. On H24 specifically, I concur with what Councillor Hill has said about flooding. I'd add that while the flood assessment says the entire site is located in flood zone 1, that would mean a less than 1 in 1,000 annual probability of river flooding, looking at local residents and wondering if you recognise that. Yet residents have provided accounts and images that show that the Lambrook floods on a much more frequent basis. So is there possibly a conflict between theory and practice here that needs to be resolved before we actually go ahead with this plan? I also understand the Environment Agency's typical process may well mean that they have signed these plans off without actually visiting the area. Second, specifically on H2.4, I understand that money will be paid under Section 106 to compensate for failure to fulfil the Trowbridge bat mitigation strategy. But my understanding of the strategy, and my reading of the strategy, says that sites in the medium risk yellow zone, which is what this is in, needs to, quotes, fully mitigate on-site for the loss of habitat, as well as paying money for wider mitigation. So in my view, the Trowbridge bat mitigation strategy has not been fulfilled here. And also the 15-metre buffer we saw, by my understanding, should have attached to it a further 15 metres away from the housing. This takes me to the fifth and the final overarching issue, which is the principle of development. I agree with officers that you can't undecide what was agreed in the WhatsApp, but I do think you can legitimately ask whether these estates now align with Core Policy 2, which provides for a sustainable approach county-wide where communities have a better balance of jobs, services and facilities. These sites were not in the Wiltshire Core Strategy of 2015. They were added in the WhatsApp at a time when there was a shortfall of sites in Trowbridge, and particularly there was a question mark over Ashton Park. A lot has changed in the 3 years since. There's now a resolution to approve Ashton Park. Indeed, this committee, at its last meeting, as you know, took action to accelerate matters on Ashton Park. The government inspector who dismissed the Wayne's appeal calculated that the actual shortfall in delivery across North and West Wiltshire over the past 15 years was just 537 homes against plans for 18,555. And he said these figures do not suggest a persistent issue of undersupply. And indeed, there are other moving parts here. The delivery is changing all the time. The local plan is being reviewed and renewed. There's a new local plan coming out. And indeed, government policy, as you know, may well be changing so that instead of targets being mandatory, they become an advisory starting point. So there's quite a lot there which could enable you to take a different view in terms of Core Policy 2. So I would therefore recommend that permission for all 3 sites should be refused on the basis of, quick list, conflict with Part 7 of Wiltshire Council's Core Policy 57, upholding the imminency of existing occupants. Failure to meet the WhatsApp policy H2.4, 5 and 6 on cumulative impacts, conflict with Core Policy 51 through failure to conserve landscape features, conflict of the part of Core Policy 29, which states that greenfield sites other than Ashton Park will only be permitted when improved secondary school provision has been secured, conflict with Core Policy 60 that says council will use planning powers to encourage sustainable, safe and efficient movement of people and goods, conflict with Core Policy 61 that says new development should be designed to reduce the need to travel, particularly by private car, and lack of alignment with Core Policy 2, which seeks to deliver development in Wiltshire between 2006 and 2026 in the most sustainable manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. I saw you writing feverishly, Andrew. Is there anything you want to come back on with that? I guess there probably is.
Yes, please. Yeah, a few points. I'll kick off with the final point to do with the principle and the Wiltshire Core Strategy. The Wiltshire Core Strategy, when it was considered by the inspector at that time, it didn't actually meet the full need for housing over the life of the plan. And there was effectively a promise made that that would be addressed by a further development plan document, and that is the WASAP. So the WASAP is not delivering extra houses because of changed circumstances. It is delivering what was required by the Wiltshire Core Strategy in the first place. And also on principle, obviously, to do with the various concerns over impacts of matters such as traffic. These are allocated sites, and through that allocation process, those impacts were assessed. So the expectation for there being housing of this quantum accessing onto Froome Road, for example, was considered at that time. Now, notwithstanding that, these applications all have, and obviously we're focusing on 2.4, but talking generally now, and as I explained at the start, these applications do have a suite of surveys and reports that accompany them, which address the issues which are relevant to each site. And in addition, there are the cumulative impact reports as necessary to deal with specific issues. And the specific issues I refer to are the access designs, because clearly they're all coming out onto Froome Road. And if there was an issue with two accesses being too close together, then that would be a problem for one or other or all of the sites affected. So that cumulative impact, the design of the accesses, had to be considered. It has been considered, and the design I presented has been found to be acceptable as far as highways are concerned. In addition, on the highways issue, turning back to the individual reports, there are individual traffic assessments. Traffic assessments by their nature do not just consider the impact of the proposal they are addressing, they consider the effects of other developments as well, moving forward in time. They look at the current situation, they look at the situation in X years ahead. And that is standard practice for all transport assessments. So in this case, the transport assessments would have not only looked at these sites, it would have looked at the wider implications of other sites and other pressures for development elsewhere in Trowbridge before concluding that these sites there's adequate capacity within the road system to accommodate them and safe accesses can be provided. And that principle applies to other reports. Heritage was mentioned. Now, although the inspector, in concluding on the WASAP, included heritage as something that may need to be considered cumulatively, in actuality, it doesn't need to be considered cumulatively, and that has been agreed by the Council's Conservation Officer. Each site, again, is accompanied by its heritage assessment, which demonstrates that the impacts on the specific sites in relation to heritage assets are acceptable, and that has been agreed by the Conservation Officer. The same principle applies for drainage. Each site is accompanied by its own drainage, flood risk assessment and/or drainage strategy. And each of those strategies shows how each site washes its own face and adequately is catered for in terms of the design of attenuation ponds and drainage systems. Drynham Lane appeal decision was mentioned. With that one, obviously, there was very specific circumstances relevant to that, which led to the immunity objection. And that immunity objection was around the proposed access to that site being through a purposefully designed cul-de-sac. And it was inappropriate to put, I can't remember the quantum now, but the number of dwellings proposed in Drynham Lane to be accessed via a quiet cul-de-sac. And that's what the inspector agreed, and that was the immunity issue. That immunity issue is not relevant to these applications. And I would obviously remind the committee knows this, every application must be considered on its own particular merits for that reason. schools was mentioned. The issue there is around Ashton Park. Ultimately, Ashton Park will deliver a new secondary school for Trowbridge. Ashton Park has obviously been delayed. But notwithstanding that, the education officer in this case has raised no objections to this application. They are satisfied that financial contributions to improve the schools that we have, the operating schools within Trowbridge, is the satisfactory way forward for these sites. And I think, Chairman, that covers the points.
Thank you, Andrew. So I want to move now into debate. I'm going to ask if anybody's going to come forward with a motion. Councillor Trotman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Obviously, listening to members of the public and having read the letters from others on our papers given to us, we have to sort of look, and I know we just have to deal with each application as it comes to us. And this particular one, item 2.4, if it was to us in one tranche, as I see it here, I have to speak just on that particular one. And I find that some of the other sites obviously muddy the water when you're trying to think of the combination of all three sites. So I'm shutting my mind away from that and just concentrating on this one. And it's quite a typical planning application for 55 houses on an allocated site off of a main road, which gives some sustainability to those that will live there. So, Chairman, I will propose that we accept the officer's recommendation that the head of the development management be authorised to grant planning permission subject to the first completion of the planning obligation, section 106 agreement, covering matters set out on the subject and with the conditions 1 to 17 on pages 74 to 80. And I'm actually bringing that up and ask for a seconder, but when you look at all the core policies, as a raft of core policies that this particular site identifies, right from core policies 50, 51, 57, 58, 63, and 67, and going through each of those individually, I believe that this particular plan can go forward on its own merits as it is. And I ask for a seconder on that, please. Thank you.
Well, I'll second that. Thank you. Sorry, James, I didn't notice you put your hand up. Okay. Did you want to speak? No, okay. So I want to open this to debate now. Does anyone want to speak to this? Adrian, Councillor Foster, thank you.
Yes, it's an academic one, which maybe I should have asked at the previous statement. But if you look at figure 5, which is below this one here, it's on page 50, whereas the one on the screen is on page 49. You'll see that the actual application we're considering at the present moment to the left-hand side of Froome Road is such a shape that it's almost a very extended U. If we look at 50, the application doesn't include the large piece of land on the right-hand side of that allocated piece of land. Is there a reason that's not included? And I'm second guessing here that it's likely it's a different owner. But because that land presumably has been allocated under the WhatsApp, that could come forward to us again at a later date. And therefore, it's not integrated with this development that's been proposed. Is there a reason for that?
I think you've probably answered the question, in fact, there yourself. The application site, I would assume, and I have to say I'm assuming this, is a different ownership to that little parcel of land in the right-hand U.
But that in itself has an impact on the back corridor, because the back corridor is being put in place to the north of this development and between the present housing development. Obviously, that is an issue in itself because we're now building either side of a conservation passage. And where this piece of land is, it's suggesting that it's a narrower back corridor, 15 metres, I suspect, as opposed to the 30 metres, which is in the rest of the development. And therefore, that piece of land is automatically assumed will provide the other 15 metres of back corridor. I think we should be assessing these two sites, which we now have identified, as one. And therefore, that makes it very much more complicated to be able to assess this particular proposal.
Yeah, I absolutely take your point with that. If that's how you want to consider it, you do that. We've still got to look at these as separate issues, but I see what you're saying there, the synergy between the two sites on that basis.
Presumably there will need to be another access point because they can't come along Church Lane because it's not a designated road.
Yeah.
To get into that site. And there's no provision on this development that's being proposed to have access to that particular site, which would mean yet another access point onto the highway, which hasn't been considered.
Well, this is an outline planning application. No, the next one is, this is outlined. Yes, can you come back on that?
I think the important point here is that this planning application for the small area without the bit of the U does stack up in its own right in any event. Why that piece of land is not included, we assume it's ownership, but I don't know for sure. But importantly, this stacks up in its own right, in particular in terms of the ecology issue which you mentioned, which is very important, of course. It is an outline application that the absolute detail of the width of the back corridors, etc., we won't know until the reserve matter stage, but it will have to comply with the WhatsApp in all respect, and that will deal with the necessary widths for the dark corridor and any buffer that goes with that. So don't necessarily, the parameters plan gives us the broad idea and a pretty accurate delineation of where the edges will be, but it's not absolutely precise. As are the numbers of units, for example, it's up to 55. It may end up being less if it has to accommodate other things or what have you. That will all come out in the wash with the reserve matters application. If at a later date another application comes in for the right-hand section of the U, as you pointed out, it will have to sort out its own issues. And it could be that we can't assume anything, but it could be that there are complications which you've alluded to. We don't know until such time.
Ernie. Yeah, sorry, this is for committee only. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman. I've got every sympathy with the local member and the residents about this. This is very similar to the Elizabeth Way applications on the eastern side of Trowbridge, where we had a similar situation that no master plan came forward, but Wiltshire Council said, that's okay, look at each site. And the only plus, if that's the right word for these three, is that at least they've not increased the numbers, which is what happened to the Elizabeth Way ones. As I say, I've got every sympathy with Councillor Vigar and members of the public that have spoken, but presumably all these arguments about wildlife and everything were put forward to the WhatsApp inspector before the sites were allocated. And much as I have every sympathy, I think we would be on really dodgy ground if we start saying, oh no, things have changed. We can do that for every single bit of land that's allocated. I'm also swayed by the fact that we're told that Trowbridge Town Council is not opposed in principle, certainly to 2.4 or 2.5. And I'll be interested to see what other people have got to say on it, but regrettably, I think I'll be supporting this, Chairman.
Just going to, just a minute, Chair. Andrew.
Yeah. Just one point of clarification on what Councillor Clark has said there. There is a master plan for H2.4. That's the parameters plans and the documents which we've displayed for you. And that is the requirement of the WhatsApp. It is a master plan for each of these individual sites. And then, as necessary, the cumulative plans to address particular issues. But each individual site does have a master plan as required by the WhatsApp.
Thank you. Stuart, Councillor Parman.
Yeah, looking through this, I think we've moved on to very specifically looking at this one site alone as that is what the application is. But I'm minded to agree with Councillor Vigar that I think it would be really useful to have a combined officer report that does address the cumulative effects, so that numbers like the numbers that David Vigar said about the traffic effect, the cumulative effect on the flooding is something that concerns me a great deal, and then the heritage people being able to come back and comment as a whole. So I would much prefer a deferral until that information is available in a cohesive pack that could be commented on by members of the public.
For that, your comments been noted. Perf, you put your hand up, you did.
Yes, I did. Yes, I also have every sympathy with the residents and with the councillor. But it is, and we have had problems in the past with the Environment Agency's flooding map not actually being borne out by local anecdotal evidence. And this is an issue outside very built-up areas. But we are, to some extent, we have to trust our officers, I think, that they will put in place, ensure that what is put in place in the way of drainage and back corridors, etc., and safe access to the roads. I mean, it's horrible sort of leaving it all up in the air with outline applications, but we have to trust our officers will ensure that the situation is, if not maintained, then at least, hopefully bettered.
Yeah, well, I think at this point I'm going to go to the vote. You have a recommendation before you. It's been seconded. So I'd like a vote, please. All those in favour of the recommendation? Okay. That's 9. Any against? Just the 1 against. So the recommendation's been carried. Thank you. We're in a process now, so we're now going to pass on to the next one. I'll hand over to... All right, okay. Welcome to the hot seat, Rory. So this is now 2.5. This is the one immediately opposite. This is a full application. This is the one that was full, yes. The outline's already been agreed on this. So over to you, Rory. Thank you. I think, yes. I think this is one that Stuart has to leave on, isn't it? I guess we'll come and fetch you when it's all done, Stuart. This one. Thank you. Great. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So we're here to consider a planning application for the merits of an application for the erection of 50 dwellings with associated access and landscaping works. The recommendation of your officers is that the application be approved subject to the conditions shown on pages 128 and 137 of the agenda pack. Just before we get on to a summary of the application itself, there is one additional comment that I would like to bring to the committee's attention, and that is that the applicants would like the committee to acknowledge their, Newland Homes, commitment to providing all 50 homes as net zero carbon. This will be achieved through improved fabric U values, on-site renewable energy systems, and highly efficient energy heating that goes far beyond current policy and building regulations. This, of course, should be commended. However, this is not something that the planning authority is presently able to control, and therefore it is not reflected in any planning conditions nor within the planning balance. Returning to the site itself, this is land off Broome Road Upper Studley in Trowbridge, allocated in the WhatsApp as the site known as H2.5. The site itself extends to approximately 2.3 hectares and is surrounded by existing residential development to the north and east, consisting of the Poplars and Spring Meadows. The Froome Road and Southwick Country Park are located to the west and the Lambrook Stream to the south. The site comprises open agricultural land that has most recently been used as a small holding. The site slopes from north to south down to the Lambrook Stream that runs along the southern boundary. There is an existing field gate access onto Firs Hill to the east. The site is located in an accessible location on the southwest side of Trowbridge, approximately 2 kilometres from the town centre. Heritage assets near to the application site include the Grade 2 star listed Southwick Court to the south, the Grade 2 listed Rose Villa on Froome Road lying to the east of the site, number 344 Froome Road, which lies to the northeast of the site. This is also Grade 2. And finally, the St John's Church, School, Hall and Schoolmaster's Dwelling to the north of the site, also Grade 2. Turning to some of the slides now. This is the layout plan of the development. It shows the extent of developable area that has been dictated by the floodplain associated with the Lambrook Stream to the south, and the formation of a commonly managed buffer around the north and eastern boundaries where the development abuts existing residential properties. This has enabled a set-piece design to be created along the southern boundary, which will create a new designed edge to this part of southwest Trowbridge. In terms of affordable housing, this plan shows that 30% of the scheme will be affordable units comprising 60% affordable rent and 40% shared ownership. Here we have the ecological management plan, which shows the proposed mitigation and improvement proposals, which include species-rich neutral grassland, hedgerow planting, shrub tree and broad-leaved woodland planting, and wetland features. It also shows core bat habitat is retained in line with the Trowbridge Bat Mitigation Strategy policy along the Lambrook Stream corridor. This site shows the landscape master plan. It provides an overview of all the proposed landscaping within and around the site. Principal features include those just stated for the previous slide and will ensure a satisfactory landscaped edge to the development and on a wider basis to Trowbridge. The next slide shows some of the typical house elevations. They are contemporary in design with a simplified material palette. Facing materials consist of brick and render with grey tile roofs. Architectural detailing enhances the variation and interest of the properties, introducing additional materials where necessary, for example, stone. Slide, we see some typical street scenes. This highlights the changes in land levels across the site, and it also gives us a clear picture of the variations in house form along the proposed streets to ensure a balanced yet mixed development. This next slide shows the site access. It is proposed to form a new priority junction from the Froome Road. The siting of the new junction is in the optimum location in terms of highway safety and affords a full standard of exit visibility in both directions. A secondary access from Froome Road in the location of the current field gate access is proposed to serve 4 number plots as a private drive. The internal access road runs parallel to the watercourse outside the floodplain and will be built to adoptable standards, terminating at a turning head sufficient to accommodate turning for a refuge vehicle. Private drives are connected to the end of each termination point of the adopted internal access road. The next few slides are just some photographs of the site, which members should be fairly familiar with. The first slide shows the main access point to the development from the Froome Road, looking in a northerly direction. Next slide shows the main access point to the development, again from the Froome Road, looking in a southerly direction. This slide shows the entrance into the site from the secondary access point, looking towards the existing housing north of the development. This slide shows a view of the northern boundary of the site and its relationship with the existing built form. Next slide, this is a view across the site, looking eastwards towards Spring Meadows. This is a view of the northeast corner of the site, which shows the existing properties in their elevated position and how they relate to the proposed site. This slide is a view across the site looking towards the Froome Road, so in a westerly direction. And the final slide is a view across the site looking south towards the Lambrook Stream. So just a quick summary of the points to do with this application. So the main issues committee, your officers consider to be essential to this application is, does the site accord with the requirements of the policy H25, i.e. in respect of master planning? Whether the development is acceptable in principle, so looking at core policies 1 and 2, whether the scheme constitutes high quality design, that's core policy 57, whether it would preserve or enhance the historic environment, that's 58, whether the scheme would have an acceptable landscape impact, that's CP 51, whether the proposal would have a negative effect upon highway safety, including if there is sufficient parking for the proposed development, whether the site can be adequately drained without increasing flood risk elsewhere, whether there would be any harmful impacts upon protected species or priority habitats, whether the proposal results in the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land, and finally, are there any other planning issues raised by the development, and do the planning obligations, are they required to make the development acceptable in planning terms? In terms of master planning, we've obviously heard a lot on this already. The WhatsApp policy attached to the site requires any cumulative issues associated with heritage, landscape, biodiversity, and highways access to be considered on a comprehensive and consistent basis for allocations H24, 5, and 6 to ensure that new development sensitively enhances the urban edge of the town. In light of what has been said earlier on this subject, it is not necessary to repeat matters again. However, I would like to remind the committee that it is the opinion of your officers that the site has had regard to said cumulative issues on a comprehensive and consistent basis when conducting their own individual site assessment. In relation to the principle of development, the principle of the site being used as housing has already been approved through the site allocation policy plan document, the WhatsApp, that was adopted by Wiltshire Council in February 2020. In relation to matters of design, the scheme has been the subject of a series of pre-application discussions where advice was given to ensure a high-quality design was achieved. Changes were also made during the course of the planning application in relation to design matters at the request of the urban design officer and planning officer. As they now raise no objection to the scheme, subject to conditions, it is concluded that the scheme achieves the aims of Core Policy 57 in securing a high-quality design. The recommended conditions are accepted by the applicant. In relation to heritage matters, the Conservation Officer has concluded that the scheme would have a broadly neutral impact on the nearby heritage assets. As such, the scheme would be in accordance with Core Policy 58. Trial trenching on the site has confirmed that the site has no archaeological interest, and as a result, the county archaeologist has no objections with the development proceeding. With regards landscape impact, the council's landscape officer has made no objections to the proposal. One can therefore conclude that the scheme will meet the requirements of Core Policies 51 and 57. In other words, that it will protect landscape character and not have any harmful visual effects upon the receiving landscape. In respect of highways matters, the construction of the proposed development would not have an unacceptable impact on highway safety and would not have a severe residual cumulative impact on the road network. Minimum residential parking standards are achieved throughout the development, and the highways officer is in support of the scheme, subject to their suggested conditions and also subject to a financial contribution towards the Trowbridge Transport Strategy. The applicants have agreed to these conditions and contributions. In light of the above, there are no highways reasons to withhold planning permission. In respect of drainage and flooding issues, The Council's drainage team and Wessex Water, in their responses, have confirmed that the level of detail provided as part of this application proves that there is a deliverable scheme to enable the development to be viable without detrimentally impacting on flood risk, and therefore support the application in principle. The Environment Agency commented, following review of additional information provided by Rachel Meredith from BWB Consulting, confirming that there had been no new structures since approval of the previous flood model, we are in a position to withdraw our objection, provided the following conditions are included in any planning permission. The EA's conditions are set out in the report, and these are accepted by the applicant and are included in the recommendation of this report. As such, it can be concluded that the development, subject to conditions, will not lead to increased flood risks elsewhere. In relation to matters of ecology, construction stage impacts on ecology would be avoided through the implementation of a construction and ecological management plan. This is one of the recommended conditions. The long-term impacts on wildlife would be avoided through the provision of a new habitat and the retention and enhancement of existing habitats. These ecological mitigation measures are acceptable to Wiltshire Council ecologists. Whilst the proposal could have had significant effects on the Bath and Bradford and Avon Bat SAC, in view of all the additional supporting information and the securement of money within a Section 106 agreement to provide for an off-site mitigation scheme, both the Wiltshire Council ecologist and Natural England have concluded that the proposal will not have adverse effects on the integrity of the SAC. Accordingly, a positive appropriate assessment decision has been made. No objections are therefore raised against Core Policy 50 of the local plan. With regards to agricultural land, the site is classified as urban and therefore not best and most versatile agricultural land. No issues are presented with the development of this land in that regard. In terms of the Section 106, the development provides the necessary contributions to ensure that it can mitigate its own impacts, and these are all agreed by the applicant. In summary, these include contributions towards education, public open space, waste and recycling, highways, biodiversity, public art, and affordable housing. So to conclude, on balance, it is considered that the proposal would result in no measurable harm to the matters of acknowledged importance, but would have positive benefits in terms of delivering housing. Accordingly, it's our recommendation that planning permission be granted.
Thank you, Rory. Appreciate that. That was a very comprehensive presentation. Any questions, please? Technical questions. We'll start with Adrian, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did point out at the time of the visit that I was disappointed that the allocation of affordable housing is in one lump, and in particular the rented all being at one end. That was addressed in the fact that the Housing Association preferred to manage them that way. I think it's disappointed they're not integrated into the development. But given that, when we come to sustainable transport, there's no actual indication in here at all of any acknowledgement of the need for sustainable transport. And the one thing that I am concerned about, which will have a bigger impact on the next application we're looking at, is the country park is on the left-hand side of this very, very busy road. And we're putting quite a lot of housing here and potentially more later. And most of these people, for recreational purposes, will want to access that park. Would it not be appropriate, and this is where the highways officer can mention, as we're not going to have an island, a right turn for various reasons on the other side coming into the third one. At this point here, which is close to the town, would it not be possible to put a pedestrian crossing access across there to make this a safe access for sustainable transport and for walking and amenity use? I'd prefer to see that sort of thing included in an application and the 106 money being used for that, rather than have to go to HIFIG later on to put this sort of implementation in. And looking at the drawings, and Rory very kindly mentioned that the secondary access, which I just can't see, So I apologise for my ignorance there. If we looked at the previous one you had up, Rory, which I have got, look at the page here if you want, which does highlight that one there. The second, after you come from the affordable housing, there is a turning going up. Is there a reason why that has not been connected to the existing residential estate there to give a secondary access for emergency vehicles and also to give sustainable transport links to the community that we're going to propose putting here?
The connectivity with the neighbouring development to the north and east was something that was explored, I believe, during the course of the application. It was discovered through that the land ownership details were not clear who owned the sections of land there, and the developers were concerned that it would potentially end up in sort of being a ransom strip, and that they would be held to a lot of money to deliver connectivity to Poplars and Spring Meadows. And in relation to sort of emergency accesses, I believe they only kick in when there's a greater quantum of development proposed, and the scale of development here is such that there isn't a requirement to provide a secondary emergency access for vehicles. So we are left with the sole access for vehicles and pedestrians being that onto the Froome Road as a result of the sort of primarily to the north and east, the lack of land ownership, and to the south because of the ecological constraints to do with the Lambrook corridor and also the flooding constraints.
Carol, Councillor King.
Thank you. Going back to the affordable housing, I understand the percentage allocation, but who decides the type of affordable housing? Is it the developer? Is it which council housing needs department, or a combination of the two? Because, I'm just quite sad that, we don't see any bungalows. Perhaps housing would say there isn't a need for bungalows, but I would find that rather surprising. I notice on one of the other applications there is bungalows, but it's not affordable housing bungalows.
Yes, that's something that our housing enabling team would look at in terms of the type of affordable housing, provided they have, through their own experience and evidence, what the actual need and type of housing is in particular areas in terms of the size of properties, whether there needs to be bungalows. They need to have some M42 dwellings, which are level access dwellings as well. So, and the tenure as well, the shared ownership and affordable rent, those are the two most sought after percentages of affordable housing within Wiltshire, which is why we try and sort of capitulate the application towards those types, knowing that the registered providers that work in this area, the housing associations, they know they're going to be able to take those units on and occupy them because they'll be suited to the type of demand that is present in Wiltshire at the time.
Well, just a minute, Beth. I think you wanted to come back on that. You're done. Okay. Beth, that's just helpful. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to just take on Councillor Foster's question. I seem to recall that the applicant is putting in a pavement from the upper entrance to join up, a 2-metre pavement from the upper entrance to join up with the road, or is it the whole way down to the main entrance?
The pavement that they're intending to put in goes from the main access point northwards into town, so that there's a small strip of the site south of the access that will not have a pavement on it. There is, of course, a drainage feature that was highlighted on the members' site visit that's towards the northern part of the site, where there is a narrowing of the highway verge as a result, and there may be an inability to provide a full 2-metre wide pavement there. but that's something that is recommended in the condition that a study is undertaken to look at the feasibility of delivering a 2-metre wide footway across the full length. Yeah.
Do you want to come back, Carol? Yes.
Yes,
I've
sorry,
I've seen you, Rob. I'll come to you in a minute.
I had
Yes.
a second question. I noticed that really all three of these under 7 go down to the Lambrock stream. They don't obviously include it. So who owns the Lambrock stream? Where's that?
I don't know that answer. I assume riparian ownership. The owners of the land will own sort of down halfway across the stream. But correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know the exact answer.
Okay, so nobody would really have the right to deepen the stream or straighten it or, interfere with it in any way?
Not sure on that answer. I mean, as I'm not sure what your rights are as a landowner of a stream corridor. It would come down to perhaps, Environment Agency, Rivers Authority, remit. Perhaps there's separate licenses that need to be obtained to do works there or not.
I guess if it was to enhance flood attenuation, then it would come down to joint ownership, those that own the half each side, maybe, if it was considered necessary.
I just think that would be quite damaging to the ecology, so I was just seeking reassurance that nobody could alter it in any way.
No, but I think as Rory says, that would be down to the EA. Yeah. Come back to you in just a minute, Beth. Rob, you're next. Councillor Yule.
Okay, Chair. I'd like to pick up on something that Councillor Foster said about the pedestrian crossing. Given that Wiltshire has green or desirability to go green, should we say, would it be possible that in the absence, obviously, of a plan covering all of the sites, for a condition to be put in place for the developer to perhaps pay pro rata for the construction of a pedestrian crossing? Because I agree that this particular site, and not the previous one which we approved, but if we are minded to approve this one, to put a condition in, would then encourage people to walk across the road to the country park, because we saw on the site visit how popular that car park was. And I can imagine of a weekend it would be full to overflowing at certain times. We want to encourage people to use the country park, so to actually have a pedestrian crossing across the road from this, and should be reminded, obviously on 2.6 to approve it, for them to share on a pro rata basis for the amount of properties that are being constructed.
I think on this one, I'll defer to the better judgment of my higher-wise colleague, who will probably have, more comments to make on this than me.
Thank you, Rob. Can you come back on that one? That was addressed earlier, actually, but so we didn't get around to.
Yeah, so I'll aim to use my better judgment. Okay, in this instance, certainly with the development site for H2.6, they did consider the provision of a pedestrian crossing. So they did a pretty standard analysis in terms of the maximum number of pedestrians which would be seeking to cross the road. And this is not about the leisure draw on the estate. This was actually about commuting possibilities between bus stops and the potential for more people to walk into town. When they carried out that analysis, which follows along the lines of every pedestrian against the number of vehicles squared, you come out with an analysis which dictates the design of a pedestrian crossing. And what we found with H2.6, that there is only the demand to give a splitter island, so a refuge island in the middle of the carriageway. Now that will serve H2.6 with regards to access to the bus stops. With regards to this site, it is unfortunate that I didn't speak on the previous application. Your highways officers have tried to consider each of the 3 sites in terms of their cumulative impacts. You have been presented today with a plan showing the access arrangements in terms of the vehicle junctions, but as members will be aware, our policies go much further than just drivers, and they do very much consider a modal hierarchy which considers pedestrians and cyclists. With regards to this particular site, the draw is definitely into Trowbridge, but we do certainly take on the members' position in terms of the need to access the country park in terms of recreation. Now, what we're doing with regards to the Section 106 for all three sites is drawing down funding towards the Trowbridge Transport Strategy. Now, key elements of the Trowbridge Transport Strategy are to maximise walking and cycling into the town and indeed across Froome Road. It would be very easy for officers to redirect those funds to look at the possibility, because each of the three sites are looking to contribute towards public pedestrian and cycle enhancements, and that could include a crossing. I do have to draw some concern, though, that once the engineering assessment has been carried out, a crossing may not be possible, but it's certainly something that officers can look into with regards to spending the 106 funding.
Thank you for that, Rob. Appreciate that. I think we may well be coming back on that one. Councillor Newby, Christopher.
Chairman, I was just going to share a few thoughts on the ownership and management of streams. I had to put a huge effort into this in connection with the upper Deverells not all that long ago. All streams, all watercourses belong to somebody, because all land belongs to somebody. It's just that it's not always easy, as the officer said, to work out who that is. It might be easy if there is a registered title to the land. You may be able to find out from the registered title. An awful lot of land is still not registered, and so it's difficult in that case to find out who owns it. The management of streams, if it's a main river, as the Wiley Valley is up to a certain point and not in the Upper Deverells, if it's a main river, it's the Environment Agency is responsible for managing it, and if it needs dredging, for dredging it. But if it's not a main river, then it's the riparian owners who are responsible, and they usually fight like anything to not be responsible because it costs quite a lot of money, and most people do not want to be forced to spend money on drainage. But the other interesting thing is that even where quite bad harm is flowing from something needing dredging or needing better drainage, very often the ecologists say, oh, no, leave it alone, because it would be terrible for the wildlife. If you disturb the wildlife, if you dredge it, you'll disturb the wildlife, and it's much, much better for people to go on having their houses flooded than to disturb any crayfish. So it's a very interesting and difficult subject, this, but I think I agree with what the officer said, that it would be up to somebody to get to the bottom of who owned it and what their responsibilities were.
I'll come to you in a minute, Tony. Agent, Councillor Foster.
It was to come back on the highways officer's comments, because he mentioned something that is pertinent to the previous application in many ways. If we were to put a zebra crossing in, or a crossing with an island, I would prefer to see a zebra crossing, because that would have an impact on the junctions of the traffic coming out as well, giving them the opportunity to actually get onto the main road, considering there's no island there. But yes, if the traffic, if we look at it, is going to be pedestrians going into the centre of the town rather than to the park, then for the first application, it's just as important to have that zebra crossing in place. And so therefore, I think the two applications together lend towards the argument of having a zebra crossing there.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Trotman.
This is a really good point, and thank you, Councillor Foster, for bringing this up. Could we insist, I know we probably couldn't insist on a condition, but certainly an informative to suggest that the committee, if this is approved, of course, would consider the Section 106 monies being utilised for a crossing of a safe crossing anyway. I'm a little bit worried about a pedestrian crossing because it's quite a fast and narrow road. Might need a controlled crossing, of which, of course, is hundreds of thousands of pounds these days. So I'm not sure exactly how that would pan out. But I think we need to put an informative in after the conditions to resemble our feelings on wishing people to use an access point to cross the road to Southwick Farm for recreation purposes. I think it'd be quite suitable to put an informative in.
Yes, we're not there yet, but I was going to ask if we could do that. If this was approved, could we have an informative or a condition attached to this?
I would suggest against a condition, but certainly an informative which would direct officers to consider the Section 106 funding and better direct that against members' wishes to seek out opportunities for a pedestrian crossing.
Okay. Well, we're a long way short of all that yet, but thank you for that. Beth, it's a tough one.
Not sure whether this is now or later, but this application does have quite a lot of its own space, open space, quite attractively laid out at the bottom. And so perhaps the draw of the country park is not quite as urgent as in some of the applications, but just that's by the by. And the other thing was to reassure Councillor King that the Environment Agency is very strict about dredging streams and what happens to the spoil, et cetera, et cetera. It is very regulated.
Yeah, okay. Well, this one's running on a little bit now, so I'm going to ask her. Sorry. Right, I've been asked to give some comfort to the public, saying you don't need to worry about your car parking. You don't need to run out to put more tickets on or anything like this because we've made provision for that. So you are covered. You're not going to have your car clamped or taken away or anything like that. If it's in our car park, yeah, that's what, yes. If it's in our car park, yes, we won't, that's not across the county today, not after our car parking debacle yesterday. So I'm going to invite our first speaker again. Back to the podium, please, Graham. Yeah, please do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may, I'm aware that your officer has only been connected with this application for a number of weeks. I've got some answers since I've been connected with it from the beginning that may help some of the questions.
Yes, if you'd like to weave that into your presentation, that'd be great.
Thank you. The riparian responsibility for that part of the stream is in the H25 application pack where they say it is their responsibility. In terms of the listed assets, the Grade 2 Firs Hill Bridge, which is at the junction of this application, Lambrook Stream, with the Firs Hill Road, is also a listed asset. And affordable housing in their submission to H24 assume that all three applications are considered as one. That might explain the differentiation between the numbers. So, sorry, my presentation. Trowbridge Town Council have been characterised in supporting this application. In consultation for the WHSAP examination, the Town Council was not opposed to the principle of development on the site for 20 units and green space enhancement. The application before you is for 50 units and the accompanying enhancement not occurring. The Trowbridge Bat Mitigation Strategy is a policy adopted by Wiltshire Council after adoption of the WHSAP and sets down minimum standards to be observed by developers. In policy terms, it is the extant policy in determining minimum delivery. Examination of the Ecology Master Plan submitted by Newland Homes shows two significant areas in which the bare minimum buffer required by the policy is not intended to be met. The TBMS sets down very clear minimum requirements. As with the other sites, these are a minimum of a minimum of 15 metres planting and a minimum of 15 metres dark space. The proposal by the applicant shows on page 118 of the public report around 60% of the linked sites, that is H25 and H26, having up to 15 metres of each zone. Their detailed submission also defines this as up to a minimum of 15 metres, clearly indicating unwillingness to abide by Wiltshire Council policy as it stood prior to submission and as it stands today. The applicant also characterises their proposal as creating a soft edge to the town. This disregards another requirement within the TBMS that where lighting cannot be reduced to below 1 lux, fencing must be applied, that is close boarded fencing. In practice, this is only achieved between 18 and 20 metres from a shielded street lamp with no other source of illumination. This will result in the application, due to density, being fenced off from the landscape in which it sits. Fencing is also required within the costed habitat mitigation section of the adopted TBMS. Policy states that all restored or newly planted hedgerows are to be double fenced to 3 metres width. This creates a hard edge to the town, replacing mature trees and hedgerows as the boundary. Now, due to density, as we can see on the landscape master plan above, the buffer lies on land owned by the proposer of H26. Just in the bottom left-hand corner, one can see the stream, which is the boundary of H25. There is no reference to any agreement within any part of the application package by that applicant, that is H26, and no extant memorandum of understanding nor contract. This would appear to breach the condition laid down by examination that the sites should not only refer to one another, but the one should not be dependent on another to come forwards. There is no evidence of any reference to cumulative impacts in any part of the application as required by paragraph 88 of the WHSAP report as previously referenced. And finally, mandated tree planting within the curtilage, control and ownership of another individual occurs within a proposed attenuation pond within the joined sites of H26. This oversight appears to mean that, should the conditions laid down for H25 be met, that H26 would not then be compliant and would be undeliverable. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Graham. Norman Swanee, please. Okay. Andrew
Thank you,
Stone.
Chairman.
Oh, yes, you are. Here you are.
I'm Norman Swanee. I've been a resident of Upper Studley for the last 39 years, and I'm speaking against the development of site H2.5. As Graham said, initially the plan was for 20 homes and some lovely green space enhancement. Now we read it will be 50, but with very little. H2.5 is going to bring 2 new access roads, one for the affordable homes, one for the main exit onto the Froome Road. And with the other sites, that will be 4 new accesses in total in a very short distance. And at peak times, the traffic conditions on Froome Road, I can speak from experience, are a nightmare. You have these HGVs picking up speed as they come out of Trowbridge, heading down the dip towards Southwick. They pick up speed well before the 30-mile-hour limit and they thunder down that road. Crossing the road as a pedestrian is a nightmare at peak times. Cars coming out of this site will have a very difficult, very few opportunities to turn right as they're heading into town. They will have a very hard time with it and there'll be long delays and they'll get impatient. Anyone who is trying to cross Froome Road on foot will know that it's a risk to life and limb. Personally, I've been waiting over 5 to 10 minutes trying to just cross that road at certain peak times because there's 2 fast-moving streams of traffic. The ones coming up from Southwick just do not bother about slowing down. They're still speeding up even though it's a 30-mile-per-hour limit. I'm particularly concerned about children walking to school. Those who have to head over into Church Lane to go to the Wingfield Road schools, if they're walking John of Gaunt and St. Augustine's, they'll be especially at risk. And the talk of not having a pedestrian crossing just seems to me ludicrous because we are going to see more accidents if we're not careful. So moving on to the Trowbridge Bat migration strategy, we have so many homes in this site that will make it very difficult for Newland Homes to comply with this strategy. under the rules, as Graham has said, we must have 2 bat buffer zones. One has to be planted with trees, and the other one has to be dark space. Each has got to be a minimum of 15 metres wide. But Newland Homes is only committed, as he said, up to 15 metres. Now, I don't know about you, Chairman, but when someone offers me a 15% discount, I'm wondering if I'm going to get 1% off it or 15%. So that is something that we really need to watch. Even if Newland Homes does manage to provide the proper buffer zones, there just seems to be no space between that and H2.6. Where will the zones go? They'll be on someone else's land, and nothing has been agreed about whether that's permissible or not. And as we've said, we've heard about the tree buffer zone, which is going to provide a soft edge onto the town, a soft, I think it was designated edge. But that won't happen because of this wooden fence that's got to be safeguard the bats. It will seem to me, people coming into town won't see a soft edge, they'll see a wooden wall, like the Berlin Wall. Will that be to keep us in or keep them out? I don't know. I do respectfully ask the committee to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Norm. I appreciate that. Andrew Stone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Andrew Stone. I live at Spring Meadows. Having served as a former Royal Marine and doing tours of Afghanistan and Iraq, choosing to live in Spring Meadows was my piece of tranquility, my piece of paradise, a lovely area whereupon my back garden looks down upon the meadow and the babbling brook, and a very nice, quiet, suitable area for myself and my family. This could change. I've lived there for the past nearly 17 years. And as I've stated, I chose that area and that property because of the beauty, the nature, the meadow. And the day I actually looked at the house, there was deer in the meadow itself. Family have enjoyed the area with the little park and the facilities, etc., but mostly the nature, the deer, the badgers, which we've had in the back garden, and the bats. My daughter, being a young girl, 13, the bats would fly right up to her, literally, and could hear the flutter of their wings. Everybody was in hysterics and very, very exciting. This could all be taken away from us. And the impact of it will change our lives if we have to sell and move, and it would be a sad loss. We have reviewed over the years, 17 years, with the impact of global warming, 17 years, the extent of the Babbling Brook stream getting larger in width-wise on both sides of the Southwick Court and our side, being 30, 40, even up to 50 metres wide. And I have taken some video and photographic evidence, which I've sent on to David Weiger. Trenches for water levels were being dug in the summer, apparently by Newland Homes with 360 excavators. This was dug in the height of the summer, which was the hottest summer since 1976. And I was informed that they would be doing other water level trench digs this winter, which I don't think has happened. So another concern that needs to be factored in was any traffic flow surveys. Have they been done on a Saturday morning, as my previous speaker has said, as regards to the flow of traffic in and out of Trowbridge? If we're going to have these proposed estates built on both sides of Froome Road with another 3-4 entrances, with the Southwick Fun Run being ran from approximately 8:30 to 11 o'clock on completion, the Southwick Country Park car park's absolutely full. Traffic is backed up from the church all the way up to Farmhouse, Public House in Southwick, upon the curb and on the road, and therefore making Froome Road a single file road, let alone any another more congestion of traffic entering and exiting onto Froome Road in that area. As I mentioned before, the impact of the potential or possible development will affect myself and my family massively. And I urge for this development not to happen and go forward. It'd be a crime against nature and beauty. Thank you.
Andrew, and to Tom Shepherd, please. No? Yeah, do that one then.
Good afternoon, committee. My name's Tom Shepherd. I'm Planning Director at Newland Homes. I've been involved in this project for almost over 10 years now. So we're here today to present our plans for the Froome Road Upper Studley site. Our application is for 50 zero-carbon dwellings on this important housing allocation for Trowbridge and Wiltshire Council. Newland Homes have an association with the town of Trowbridge that we're very proud of, having built one of our first developments in the town over 30 years ago. Since then, we've built close to 500 homes locally, and that recently has resulted in us being awarded the Transforming Trowbridge Award. This site is equally as important, working with local charity and landowners St James's Trust, where we've evolved a well-considered, highly sustainable development proposal that will sensitively create a new edge to this approach to town. We've been patient promoting the site, taking this site through the housing site allocation stage, where the site didn't receive any objections and the town council supported the site's allocation. Newland Homes are committed to building all new developments as zero carbon, and this is achieved through the provision of air source and extensive solar. Landscape and ecology on the site has been a careful consideration, with the inclusion of publicly accessible open space, including walkways adjacent the Lambrock stream, new ponds and woodland planting, which will provide a valuable resource for both wildlife and residents. We've worked with the council's planning officers and urban designers to ensure the proposals are of the highest quality. You'll be aware we're a medium-sized developer who can create designs to reflect each individual site as demonstrated here. Proposals have been independently assessed against Building for a Better Life, the nationally recognised benchmark for good design, where these proposals fully meet that test. Our plans provide 15 affordable homes. These are a mix of rent and shared ownership, and the dwellings will be 10-year blind, well integrated into the development, and have also been designed to the same high standard as market homes. These too will be zero carbon. Proposals also, importantly, include smaller two-bedroom market homes, which are often overlooked in new development. We're pleased highways and flood officers support our application, and all other technical consultees have also confirmed support. We've submitted detailed plans to ensure these new zero-carbon homes can be delivered by us immediately, bringing with it the associated jobs and investment into the town. And we would really welcome your support for these plans. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Tom. Richard Westwood, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. Please bear with me. I'm just getting over a nasty eye infection. Not sure what I got it from. Possibly a bat, but we don't know. My name is Richard Westwood. I'm the chairman of St James Trust, who are the owners of the land at Upper Studley, Trowbridge. And I'm here to speak in support of Newland Homes' application to developing the site. The Trust selected Newland Homes to promote the site for development based on the developer's values, track record, and understanding of the town of Trowbridge spanning over 25 years. In past centuries, before the days of state benefits, the church would have provided help for the poor and needy in the parish. The town of Trowbridge formed one parish, with St. James as the parish church. Over the years, as the woolen industry flourished, the property merchants gave monies to enable the church to provide for the poor. This came in the form of bread, blankets, and coal. In recent years, the amount of money available for distribution was very small, but bread and fuel tokens were issued annually. The situation changed dramatically in 1994 when Newland Homes offered to buy the land owned by the trust, which was just to the north of this development. The eventual sale of this land resulted in a substantial sum being available for investment. In 1996, the Charities Commission allowed us to amalgamate these small trusts to form the St. James Trust, which is how we are today, to help the needy of the Trowbridge residents. Our area of benefits covers Trowbridge, the village of Southwick, North Bradley, Yarnbrook, West Ashton, Hilberton, and Staverton. The trust is only able to make these grants to organizations who can show that their work helps people living in the areas of benefits or in need of hardship or distress. That original sale of the land enabled us to invest the money, which has now since grown to a value of over £1 million. Therefore, enabling us to make grants since 1997 of £980,000, which was an average of 38,000 in the last few years. With the development of this land in discussion today, the Trust will be able to invest and grow to a substantially stronger position in the future. This will indirectly enable us to help charities and organizations for the relief of hardship and distress in Trowbridge and the surrounding villages. We are pleased to have worked with Newland Homes, who have invested in this site, which would allow the Trust to continue to support the town. I could also go on about the charity needs at the moment with this so-called cost of living crisis. And I could name you charities. I could go on about how much we need to invest and the money that we're needing, because councils and government have cut their funding, and we are the only one at the moment standing up for some of these smaller charities. And I am also a resident on Lambrook Stream, just along the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. And once again, Lance Allen, please. Thank you.
The Town Council is very disappointed that the development, as proposed, fails to integrate well with the local area through the lack of a pedestrian access to the north, the east, and the south, despite the proposed pedestrian cycle access to H2.6 lying only a few metres from the boundary. It also fails to satisfactorily address the requirements of the Trowbridge back mitigation strategy without an agreement from the adjacent site, and provides yet another play area in that part of the town which is oversupplied with small play areas. Despite these concerns, it is clear that this applicant has addressed the specific requirements of the WhatsApp Inspector's report to a much greater extent than the other two.
Thank you for that. Before I go to debate, are there any issues here you want to pick up? Roy, I noticed you've been doing what Andrew did before. You've been writing feverishly. So. Oh, yes, sorry. You did want to speak to all three, didn't you, David?
Sorry, if I may, I'll try to be briefer than I was last time. I think that what we're seeing here is quite interesting, because I think the first speech in the debate on H24 mentioned the concept of sort of trying to isolate in one's mind that particular application and shut one's mind away from the other ones, which I can quite understand if one is trying to focus and trying to be focused. But I think one of the points that several of us are trying to make is we shouldn't do that. We should actually open our minds, look at the cumulative impact. And I think now with this second application, we're realising that that is inevitable. We've already agreed to one application has been agreed, and now people are already talking about, having agreed that one, what the impact of this one plus that one is. So I think we're starting to see those cumulative implications come through. So, for example, if the first application is going to disgorge 30 vehicles in the morning rush hour onto the A361, we know that this one will be responsible for a similar number. So we're starting to see cumulative impact, and with the next one, we will see even more. I think the two big issues that are coming out here are highways and biodiversity. On highways, I think I'm right in saying, Rory, aren't I, that there are two accesses here, one to just 4 homes at the north, and the other is the main road going in. The access to H2.4 would be opposite and in between those two. So we're looking here at adding 2 more access points to one that's already been added in the last debate that was in between the two. The northerly one, which is just to 4 buildings, I must admit, I wouldn't like to be living in one of those 4 buildings because one would have to slow right down in order to make your turn into the little driveway that leads to the 4 buildings, to slow much more than you'd have to go into the road below. Sorry, we've lost the previous slide may be more helpful on this, where you would not need to slow so much. But nonetheless, there are additional hazards being built in all the time. Now, some councillors have talked about the idea of a crossing being put in. I can see, personally, I would support, if this does go ahead, there being a crossing there. I think simply a zebra crossing, I'm not sure highways officers will no doubt comment on whether you would put a zebra crossing in an area where you've not yet, I don't think, got to the 30-mile-hour limit. So there's cars going quite fast, HGVs, you just simply put a zebra crossing there and hope for the best, or would you make it a light control crossing, which obliges the traffic to stop? If you do that, you're introducing another light control crossing, I think within half a kilometre of the one at College Road just north of this. So you're actually stopping the traffic quite a lot and creating a big build-up back down to Southwick. So I think there are some significant issues of highways here, which could be a reason to refuse, but certainly a reason to condition. On biodiversity, we're looking at that map and we're seeing some biodiversity being added, and nobody would deny that some ponds are going to be created, some hedge planting, tree planting and shrub planting is going to take place. But there's also quite a lot of biodiversity being lost. As those of you who were on the site visit saw, there are some mature trees that extend into the middle of this site that will be lost. There are some shrubs that will be lost. There's a fair amount of biodiversity that will be lost. And the planning upshot of that, and we've also heard about the rich diversity of wildlife that frequent this area. It really is a wildlife haven, as the local resident has described. The upshot of that was that Natural England, in their first comment on this, asked if it could achieve what's known as a biodiversity net gain, a BNG. Now, because of the degree of loss, the net loss, the BNG was not deemed possible on this site, so the developer sought to achieve a gain off-site, which is part of the history of the site that you may not know about, by creating a meadow and planting trees at something called the Grove Recreation Ground, which is half a kilometre away. Trowbridge Town Council, which owns that ground, refused to allow it to be used for the purpose, and so the applicants are now proposing they pay Wiltshire Council around £230,000 under a Section 106 agreement for planting on an unidentified receptor site to achieve the BNG. Now, this seems to me to be at odds with Core Policy 50, which says that removal or damage of features of nature should only be acceptable in circumstances where the impacts have been mitigated as far as possible and compensatory measures can be secured to ensure no net loss of the local biodiversity resource. Well, if no location for compensation has been identified, then no judgment regarding the loss or otherwise of the local resource can be made, in my view. The National Planning and Policy Framework, Section 180, says if significant harm to biodiversity cannot be avoided through locating an alternative site, adequately mitigated, or as a last resort compensated for, planning permission should be refused. A Natural England officer told me this requirement only applied to priority habitats. I responded by saying that the words don't actually say that. I'm now told that it was a judgment call as to whether that section applies. My judgment is that it does apply. You only have to read the accounts of local people or hear them as we have today to see it's a biodiversity-rich site. And in my view, this process is accelerated all too swiftly to the simple payment in lieu as opposed to the achievement of a physical BNG. And I think it creates a very dangerous precedent in that respect. Separately, officers have said that the off-site contribution is to compensate for net loss on site as a result of the Trowbridge bat mitigation strategy. Again, I question whether that bat mitigation strategy allows for a offset contribution. What it actually says is development in the yellow medium risk zone will be expected to fully mitigate on-site for loss of habitat, and secondly, make a financial contribution to mitigate against the wider effects. That seems to me to say that full mitigation on-site is required. Finally, in terms of amenity of existing residents, we've heard from existing residents. I'd add 2 more quotes from people who live around there. The meadows are precious to all of us, especially those of us who overlook the fields. If we were in our garden, we would be looking directly into the bedroom of one of the masonettes. So I again would recommend refusal on the basis of conflict with the core policy that upholds the amenity of occupants, conflict with the core policies related to safe and sustainable transport. Once again, the schools point, I think, applies here, and also conflict with core policy 50 on biodiversity and section 180 of the NPPF, which says that significant harm to biodiversity can't be avoided or compensated for. Planning permission should be refused. Thank you.
A few issues there, Rory, to pick up in a few minutes. Horace, did you want to speak? No, okay. So I'll go to you then, Rory.
Thank you. I think there's a number of points been raised, so I won't go into too much detail. In respect to master planning, this issue's already been touched upon, and I think it's quite clear that there are differences between how locals interpret the WhatsApp policy and how the Wiltshire Council planners do, particularly the spatial planners who wrote the policy. So and I think we've touched upon that enough to leave it to the committee to make their decision on who's correct on that matter. I wasn't 100% clear on what the affordable housing point was, but it was just to stress that the affordable housing has been addressed on each site on an individual basis and an individual assessment of need for each of the sites. So I'm not sure if that covers the point that was raised by Councillor Hill, but that was what I picked up on. And then in terms of the sort of other issues, ecology, it was brought up quite a lot. I think, we as planners are reliant on professional bodies to give us the comprehensive assessment of the relevant issues. In this case, both Natural England, who I believe are the government advisors on ecological matters, as well as Wiltshire Council Ecology, have concluded favourably on this application. The appropriate assessment has a positive outcome. And in respect of the Trowbridge bat mitigation strategy that's been talked about, this is a full application, not an outline application, so there can be no up to figures. The plans that are before you today are the ones that would get approved, and if the ecological buffer is 30 metres, that's what they will be expected to deliver when the application comes in, unless they go through the process of revising the application, which would then need to, as a judgment call, come back to the committee through the appropriate channels. In respect of the biodiversity issue, the off-site contribution is to deal with the Trowbridge bat mitigation strategy. That policy document says that there must be no net loss on sites. And where there is net loss, unavoidable, that needs to be compensated for by way of an off-site contribution. That off-site contribution is money to be delivered to the council for them to deliver a scheme of mitigation. And that scheme of mitigation must be within the yellow zone of the TBMS. Land outside of there is not acceptable. And it's just to point out that in respect of other applications within Trowbridge that are subject to the Trowbridge bat mitigation strategy, notably H2.3, we have previously allowed, it was indeed a committee decision that allowed one of the sites to go through where there was net loss, and they have subsequently come in with a scheme at reserve matter stage for an off-site contribution of somewhere in the region of 0.5 million to do a similar thing to what they would be achieving here. So and in respect of that off-site contribution, Natural England and WC Ecology have looked at that, and the appropriate assessment, positive conclusion, relies upon that off-site contribution. If that off-site contribution wasn't there, then there would obviously be an issue with the application. And again, in respect of highways and drainage, we take advice from the consultees, who are the relevant expert in that field. Highways officer in this case doesn't have any issues in respect to this application, subject to contributions towards the Trowbridge transport strategy, which, as we've talked about, could be looked at exploring the opportunities for a crossing point over the Froome Road. And in respect to drainage, again, the Environment Agency, they are the government's advisory body, so we would like to think that when we get advice off them, it is the correct advice. They have not objected to this development, nor have the lead local flood authority, which is the Wiltshire Council drainage team. They have not objected to this development, nor have the lead local flood authority, which is the Wiltshire Council drainage team. They have not objected to this development, nor have the lead local flood authority, which is the Wiltshire Council drainage team. they feel that a development can come forward on this site without leading to increased flood risks. And again, in respect of amenity policies, that has been looked at by officers, and we are of the opinion that there will not be a detrimental impact to the reasonable living conditions of existing occupants. Whilst they may have currently a very nice view out at the back of their properties, as I'm sure we're all aware, nobody has the right to a view. And unfortunately, housing on the edge of a market town is usually the first that's looked at when it comes to trying to deliver sustainable development in a rural authority.
Thank you for that, Rory. I think the issue with affordable housing was the type, the mix there. But I mean, that's been agreed with the enabling team and so on. So I take the points as a legitimate complaint, but I don't think we can do a lot about that. Councillor Farquhar wanted to come back on something.
Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me to come back. First point that's just been pointed out to me is the Environment Agency don't look at drainage and surface water flooding, they look at fluvial flooding. I'm not a technical expert on that, but that is the case. I just wanted to go back to biodiversity because I think it's really complicated. The sign, I take Rory's point that, you know, if you get sign-off from the appropriate authorities, then that ought to carry weight. That ought to sort of be the end of the matter. But if you actually look at the Natural England sign-off for this, which I think came along in January, it was a couple of paragraphs, and it simply said, we agree that the appropriate assessment has been carried out. The appropriate assessment, I think, stands proxy for something called a habitat regulations assessment. And I think it meant, it didn't say enough to tell me that it meant this, I think it meant you've done what you need to do in respect of the bat mitigation strategy. Now, obviously, I take issue with that because I think that there should be full mitigation on site. If you look at page 128 of your report, you will see that there are two sums being paid under Section 106, biodiversity. One is £777.62 per dwelling, a total of £38,000 contribution towards the Trowbridge bat mitigation strategy, which, as I understand it, is a contribution towards the wider effects of there being a lot of houses being built at this time on the back corridors. But much more importantly, secondly, there was a sum of £232,537 as a biodiversity net gain contribution. That's the one I've been talking about that I believe Natural England required, where we don't actually know where that's going to go. And that's the one I question, why did Natural England not even mention it in their sign-off on this? It seems to me that's quite a big contribution. It's in lieu of actual biodiversity net gain on site. And I question whether what I would suggest this committee is you might want to insist on the biodiversity net gain taking place on site, which might mean some fewer houses rather than £250,000 being paid, you know, to an unspecified site in the future. I don't know, Roy, if you want to try you have a different point to make about those two sums mentioned on page 128.
Yeah, the first sum you mentioned is to address in combination effects with the TBMS. It's a 777 something pounds per dwelling contribution, and that's applicable to all the WhatsApp sites in Trowbridge. The 200 something £1,000 contribution, that is to deal with this site specifically in that they haven't been able to address the policy that in the TBMS that says no net loss. So because there is net loss on the site, I believe some hedgerow units and various other things, they've had to work out how many biodiversity units that equals. The council has a rough, an estimate of the rough land values around Trowbridge and how much it would cost per biodiversity unit to deliver those enhancements elsewhere. And that's why I think it's somewhere in the region of £69,000 per unit of biodiversity. I think there's somewhere in the region of 3.2, 3.5 units net loss on this site. So that's how the figure is derived. That is to deal specifically with the TBMS policy. The council is then responsible in finding that land within the yellow zone. It must then purchase that land, and with that money, it will provide 80 years worth of management of that land, and it will plant it up, etc., to provide the biodiversity, effectively account for the biodiversity losses on the site. The council does have a BAT project officer who is effectively overseeing this project, and we do have a number of sites in our prospectus that we're looking to purchase to plant not just in combination effects, but also looking at suitable alternative green space to deal with other aspects of the TBMS, as well as these specific issues with net loss on site.
I'm going to draw this part to a close now, because otherwise this could run and run. I'm now going to open this to debate. I'm going to propose, yes, Tony, Councillor Trotman.
Yes, we need to get a recommendation onto the table for debate. So this is why I put my hand up to actually do that, so that we can actually discuss all those points. So I will recommend, or I will propose that we use the officer's recommendation on page 128 with the conditions shown on our pages, but with an informative to suggest, well, not to suggest, to say that there is a need for a safe pedestrian crossing, utilising the Section 106 monies. I believe actually there is also a £10,000 sum towards a refuge. Perhaps that could get rolled into the sum of money required to look at a safer pedestrian crossing across the Froome Road. You know, you could word it with that. I see.
Yeah, we'll come back to
utilise the £10,000 plus the Section 106 for the what is it? There's a strategy there, I believe so, but the officer can sort that out for us. Yeah. We're placing it as an informative.
Yes, Roy just wanted some clarification on the last bit you mentioned about the refuse.
In your plans, in your presentation, I see there is a £10,000 figure for possible refuge across the Froome Road.
Pedestrian refuge.
The pedestrian refuge.
Oh, I see. You were talking about using that, utilising that.
Yeah, utilising that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if I cover that off. So the pedestrian refuge is being delivered as part of the access works for H2.6. So that will serve that development site and access to the country park.
Apologies, I took that to be conducive to this particular site. So ignore what I said about that. We just need a safe pedestrian crossing as an informative.
As an informative, yes.
Utilising the Section 106 on the transport strategy issue.
And I will second that.
Yeah, just asking for a second.
So I'll open that to debate. Does anybody want to speak to this? Christopher, Councillor Newbury.
Well, I'm not going to express an opinion, Chairman, but out of the case officer's remarks a few minutes ago, I was quite interested that the points about the off-site biodiversity provision, which if I've ever come across it before, I don't remember it, but it's quite unusual, this. And we have a figure of 232,000 and a bit more pounds, which is to provide off-site biodiversity. And the officer was saying some sort of work to be done on it, some sort of management of it for 80 years. I'm puzzled that we're able to sort of turn that into a cash sum rather than into a sort of a specific area. I mean, you'd think that some ecologists would look at this site and say, you're not providing the biodiversity area that we need. The area that you should be providing is such and such. We need a commitment to provide, I don't know, half an acre or a quarter of an acre or 10 acres or whatever it turns out to be. And I'm just wondering, does anybody know how the need for off-site biodiversity is turned into a very tight, specific figure like £232,537. I suppose there's some formula, but can you give us a rough clue how much off-site biodiversity that provides?
Firstly, it depends on the type of land that you buy. So if it's already, say, semi-improved grassland, to achieve biodiversity net gain on land that's already quite well established in terms of its ecological value, you would need to purchase a far greater amount of the land, as opposed to if you were to purchase some intensely farmed land, because that wouldn't probably have very low biodiversity as it currently is. So it would be far easier to plant it up with hedgerows and trees, etc., and increase the biodiversity value of it. So it largely depends on what land we can secure as to how much hectarage we need to purchase to deliver the net gains in question. But I think where the council is looking at a figure of 69,000, that's basically the upper end of the requirement. So that would be looking at the worst case scenario where we have to purchase a greater volume of land than would otherwise be necessary if we were purchasing, say, premium agricultural land, for example.
But I still don't quite see how you arrive at the figure, because presumably some ecologists have said you need half an acre or you need 10 acres or whatever. I mean, how do we get from a sort of nebulous concept to a precise figure? I'm just puzzled.
It's the biodiversity credit. So it's all the hedgerow planting and the trees, etc. They all add up on a the DEFRA calculator on biodiversity. And so you need, it's basically comes down to the physical space that's needed to accommodate all the biodiversity planting to get up to the credits that you are negative to on the site. And that then dictates, well, you need about roughly 1 hectare of land. And it depends obviously on the quality of the land in the first instance as to how much space is going to be required to plant it. So when you look at what you purchase, if it was semi-improved grassland, then you're probably going to need quite a number more hectares to achieve the 3.5 units versus the, grade A agricultural land where you probably need a lot less. So we've aimed for this higher figure that gives the council the greatest flexibility in purchasing power, in accumulating that land in the Trowbridge area. If we went for the lower figure, we probably would be priced out of the market and we wouldn't be able to purchase the land to achieve the biodiversity gains that we're seeking to deliver here.
So there might not be enough money, or there might be too much. Does the developer get some back if we don't spend it all?
I believe that is will be worked into the 106, that any money required to purchase the land plus any money required to maintain that land for a period of 80 years would be what the council takes, and any unspent monies would be returned to the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Sorry to take up time, but I thought that was quite an interesting.
I'm glad you mentioned it. I mean, I guess it is formulaic, and the trick is to translate the sum of money into a meaningful piece of land, I guess, that's going to make up for the net loss. But I'm not entirely comfortable with the net loss myself either. Is there any way of ensuring that the money that will be set aside for to make up for the biodiversity net loss can be spent on land actually in the area? I don't suppose there is there? But I mean, the biodiversity net loss will actually be realised here, won't it?
There's a zone in the TBMS documents. There's the yellow zone is marked out on a map, which is quite a small contained area around Trowbridge. It's deliberately so because it has to. It's designed to mitigate the impacts for the bats, to serve the bats that are foraging and commuting around the particular Trowbridge area. So to have it outside of those zones, so it's all been done through the studies of where the bats are actually foraging, commuting within the Trowbridge area. That land is then effectively ring-fenced as an area where those biodiversity enhancements can be delivered. Anywhere outside of that yellow zone would not comply with the policy. So, but as it's the council that is delivering the mitigation on behalf of the developers, then, I mean, we're the ones that wrote the document. So you'd like to think we would know that we know what we're doing when it comes to delivering the enhancements.
Yeah, sure. Councillor Vargo.
Thank you for allowing me to intervene during the debate. That's very, very kind. I'll try and be really brief. I think that there's a huge amount of confusion about this. Natural England's first submission, when it asked for a biodiversity net gain, did not mention the TBMS in reference to that biodiversity net gain. I think they were talking about a biodiversity net gain separate to the TBMS. I think what's happened here is a shortfall in biodiversity has been calculated, and then that shortfall has been made up for using DEFRA units to say at another place we need to put X number of units in, and it's about 3.61 or something. And I think a price has been negotiated. From emails I've seen, a price has been negotiated with theirs. I would suggest that you might want to defer this until you've got an ecologist here. I mean, we're always doing very well at answering the questions, but I think, you know, you might want to have one of the county's ecology experts to actually go through this with you, because I think it sets quite a big precedent.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. We've got a proposal on the table, so I'm anxious that we progress that now. Bath, Councillor Threlfall, please.
I'd like to ask a question. This whole business of the biodiversity net gain things, is this because this is a full application and we've got all the detail? Might it well come in to the application we've just approved in outline? Is it something that is pretty standard in these things?
The previous application, they would have been subject to the same requirements in that they would have had to have provided the same metric calculator to demonstrate that they can achieve no net loss on site in accordance with TBMS policy. They had a slight issue with hedgerow units on their site, and that's been accounted for by, I think it's a couple of £1,000 off-site contribution for the council to deliver those hedgerow units within the yellow zone on land that it acquires to deliver more generally the biodiversity enhancements and the in combination effects. Yep.
Right, do we have any more questions on anything else?
Sorry, I just wanted some clarification on the biodiversity, purely and simply that when an application comes in and it is deemed it can't meet the biodiversity, is it looked at to see if there is a way that it can, or are we saying that this development, a development can't go on this site and meet the biodiversity requirements? Or are we saying that a development can go on this site that can meet the biodiversity rules, but not as dense as this one?
It's certainly something that's looked at. You know, we take our advice from the ecologist on these matters. You know, the WhatsApp allocated this site for a certain number of houses. We look at whether the figure that's being proposed can be realistically achieved on the site whilst ensuring all the policies that it's required to meet are met. And in this case, we felt that the scheme was not, didn't represent an overdevelopment of the site. The shortcomings with the biodiversity has been agreed with Natural England and Ecology that an appropriate off-site contribution would deliver the same goals, essentially. And I think partly we'd already agreed it elsewhere on the WhatsApp sites in Trowbridge, and therefore, to some degree, a precedent had been set in terms of delivery of off-site land to deliver net gain that was not able to be made up on site. So we've somewhat entered this territory already, and I think part of that has given the ecologists and Natural England the ability to agree the same principles on this site.
Yeah, I don't want to do this one to death. I think we probably have done already. It's a blunt instrument. I think we all appreciate that, but I don't think we can do a great deal about it. Nor has explained himself as well, I think, as anybody can on this one. Any questions on anything else to do with this application? In which case, then, time is rolling on, and we've got some big stuff ahead of us. I want to go to the vote. Then we have a recommendation on the table, which has been seconded, that we approve this application with the informative that the pedestrian walkway be explored, and that may have to come from section 106, monies elsewhere. So, all in favour of that application, please, that approval. Okay. Against? Abstain? One abstention. And of course, Stuart wasn't here. Yeah. So I don't know if anybody can contact him. He can come back now. Does anybody want a comfort break? I thought there might be a few hands going up at that point. All right. 1:30 then. If you can be back, I'll give you 10 minutes comfort break. Has Adrian got his sandwiches with him? No. I did say yes.
Don't dry out when I get here. There you go. Yeah, well, I suppose it's
Hi, folk, can I ask you to take your seats, please? Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to reconvene, please. If you could take your seats. Right, we are starting this afternoon's next item on the agenda, please. So if you could either take your seat and be silent or leave. Thank you. Our time is running on a pace, and I'm quite anxious that we are able to apply our full attention to this next one. So on that note, Rory, I'll hand over to you for this one, land south of Trowbridge.
Thank you, Chair.
To present this one, thank you.
Next item on the agenda. So we're here to consider the planning merits of an outline planning application with all matters reserved except access for the erection of 180 residential dwellings, site servicing, layout of open space, associated planting, creation of new roads, accesses and paths, installation of services and drainage infrastructure. And it is the recommendation of your officers that the application be approved, subject to the conditions shown on pages 208 to 216 of the agenda pack. Before we go into the actual application, there are a few corrections that I would like to run through in my report. In section 3, the site description and location, it states that in archaeological terms, the site appears to represent water meadows from the post-medieval period. I would like to clarify that it is only land to the west of the Lambrook stream where historic water meadows may have been present, i.e. it's not where the housing development is going itself. In section 9.6, the final paragraph on page 194 of the agenda pack concludes on the heritage balance by stating that the substantial public benefits outweigh the harm to heritage assets. It should be noted that great weight is to be given to the less than substantial harm identified. As written in the report, it reads as though this is an even balance. However, the great weight means it is in fact a tilted balance in favour of conserving the asset. And I would just like to inform the committee that that is how the officer has treated it in terms of it being a tilted balance. In section 11, on page 207, the planning balance appears to solely rely on paragraph 11D of the MPPF. However, the officer would like it recorded that it should also state that the proposal complies with the development plan as a whole, as per the requirements of section 38(6) of the Planning Compulsory Purchase Act, 2004. And finally, in the recommended conditions, condition number 6 refers to the need to carry out trial trenching prior to the development commencing. It is our recommendation that this condition now be deleted, given that the officer's recommendation is a resolution to grant planning permission subject to the trial trenching being taken place before the decision is issued. So the condition, provided the trial trenching occurs before the decision is issued, that condition requiring it to take place prior to commencement is no longer effectively necessary. So turning to the actual site itself, the site is approximately 18.8 hectares in area, and it's located within Southwick Parish. The northern edges of the site adjoin the boundary of Trowbridge Parish, and the eastern edge abuts North Bradley Parish. It forms part of the WhatsApp under the reference H2.6. Running across the site are a number of public rights of way. We have Southwick 1, 2, and 3, and there are a network of other public rights of way that run close to the site. The Lambrook stream, which is a main river in EA classification terms, traverses the site. A strip of land following the path of the brook is classified as flood risk zones 2 and 3. Southwick Court Farmhouse is located adjacent to the site and is listed at grade 2 star, along with its gatehouse and bridge over the moat. In archaeological terms, the area to the west of the Lambrook appears to represent water meadows from the post-medieval period. In terms of agricultural land classification, the site is grade 3. The site lies within the yellow zone, medium risk, defined in the Trowbridge bat mitigation strategy. If we move on now to this slide here shows an indicative layout plan of how a potential scheme for 180 dwellings could come forward on the site in a policy compliant manner at reserve matters stage. This is an indicative layout plan and therefore will not form part of the approved plans should the application be approved today, and it may well be subject to change at reserve matters stage, but it gives us an indication of how officers have been able to assess that a scheme could come forward in a policy compliant manner. The next slide is a parameters plan which fixes the points of access into and out of the site, both pedestrian and vehicular. Vehicular access is to be formed off Firs Hill on the Froome Road, just to the south of the entrance point into Southwick Country Park. A pedestrian and cycle access are to be formed onto Firs Hill to the north of the entrance point into Southwick Country Park. Emergency access to and from the site is to be taken off Westmead Crescent on the northern side of the development. Pedestrian access is retained at the points of entry into the site from existing public rights of way, with some additional points to ensure better connectivity as shown on the plan. The plan also fixes the route of the internal access road from the Froome Road to the development. The plan states that of the 18.8 hectares, 5.96 will comprise the built form and 12.84 will be public open space. This plan cannot be altered at reserve matters stage. A revised outline planning permission would be required to achieve that. The next slide is again another parameters plan. This is a green infrastructure one, and again, it fixes the areas of the site that are intended to deliver green infrastructure. For example, formal and informal recreation space, landscaping, drainage, and ecological buffers. Again, this plan cannot be altered at the reserve matters stage. Next slide is another parameters plan, which fixes the core bat habitats on the site. And it highlights where the dark corridors are required to meet Trowbridge bat mitigation strategy policy. As you will note, a 30-metre zone is provided, comprising 15 metres of Zone A, which is the dark corridor, and 15 metres of Zone B, which is the buffer zone. As with the other two previous slides, this plan can also not be altered at reserve matter stage. This slide shows the detailed site access onto the Froome Road. As access is not a reserve matter, this plan again would be unable to be altered at reserve matter stage. This slide shows the indicative access way from the Froome Road to the development itself. It shows that the road will have a reduced carriageway width of 4.8 metres with soft verges, no street lighting and no pavement along the greater section of it to minimise the impacts on heritage assets, notably Southwick Court Farm Complex. It also indicates the bridge crossing over the Lambrook stream with the necessary culverts for drainage and ecology. Whilst indicative, a condition is proposed to ensure that development is carried out in general accordance with this plan. The final slide of plans is the one detailing the emergency access onto Westmead Crescent that is required due to the size of the development. This will serve as the main pedestrian and cycle access to the north, with removable bollards to prevent vehicular access, save for times of emergency. This plan is also unable to be altered at reserve matters stage, but the finer details are subject to a planning condition. just to run quickly through some of the site photographs. This shows the main access point to the development from the Froome Road, looking north. This shows the main access point to the development from the Froome Road, looking in the opposite direction. This shows a view across the site, looking northeast from Southwick 62, which is a public right-of-way. The next slide is a view of the northern boundary of the site, taken from the southern boundary. This slide shows a view of the northeast corner of the site, and it shows the bungalows on Boundary Walk, so part of the existing residential development that this site would butt onto. Next slide is a view across the site, looking towards the eastern boundary of the site, which abuts Axe and Cleaver Lane. Then we have a view across the southern boundary of the site, looking south towards an existing solar farm development to the west of Axe and Cleaver Lane. Then we have a view west across the site towards the Lambrook stream. And finally, a view across the site from the northern boundary, looking southwest towards the Southwick Farm complex, the heritage asset. So very similar to the previous application, main issues that are considered here is whether the site accords with its own policy H2.6 in the WhatsApp, whether it's acceptable in principle, whether it constitutes high quality design, whether it preserve or enhance the historic environment, whether it would have an acceptable landscape impact, whether it would have a negative effect on highway safety, can it be adequately drained without increasing flood risk elsewhere, are there any harmful impacts upon protected species or priority habitats, does it result in the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land, and will it contribute the necessary Section 106 obligations? So again, looking at those issues briefly to summarise from the report, again, the WhatsApp policy attached to this site requires any cumulative issues associated with heritage, landscape, biodiversity and highways access to be considered on a comprehensive and consistent basis. Again, what's been said earlier, it's not necessary to repeat matters on this, but again, to remind committee that's the opinion of your officers that this site has had regard to those cumulative issues on a comprehensive and consistent basis with the other sites when conducting their individual site assessment. Again, as with the principle of development, it's the same as the previous site, that the fact that the principle of the site being used as housing has already been approved through the site allocation policy plan documents. We can therefore conclude that it accords with core policies 1 and 2 of the Wiltshire Core Strategy. In relation to whether the development constitutes high quality design, firstly, this is an outline application where detailed design matters would be considered at reserved matters stage. However, there has been some input into the design at this stage, and the urban design officer concluded that there is no objection to this application on the basis of the strong urban design framework, which is explained and demonstrated at length in the design and access statement, which has been incorporated into the site, in particular the developable area. The application provides a clear set of proven design principles for a reserved matters applicant to take instruction from. Thus, the applicant complies satisfactorily with Core Policy 57. In relation to conservation matters or heritage matters, the Conservation Officer has concluded that the scheme would result in less than substantial harm to Southwick Court Farm Complex. This is the same conclusion reached upon by the applicants. However, the case officer, having given great weight to the less than substantial harm identified to heritage assets and taking account of the mitigation measures outlined in the report to this committee, as well as the comments from the inspector in their examination report and that of Historic England, has concluded that the substantial public benefits arising from this development would outweigh that harm. In relation to archaeological matters, in order to provide flexibility and to enable the application, as well as the 2 previous applications that we've heard, to be dealt with in a timely manner rather than causing further delay, it's the recommendation of your officers that archaeology is deferred and delegated to the Head of Development Management to ensure that trial trenching is undertaken prior to the decision being issued. Securing this method of archaeological evaluation will ensure that the estimated archaeological potential of the site is properly recorded, and if it reveals significant finds, that these would then be investigated in line with local and national planning policy, with an understanding that any significant alterations that may be required to the design as a result of finds, that the application be subject to a further scrutiny by this committee. In relation to landscape impacts, the Council's landscape officer has no objections to the proposal, and this is based upon the submitted GI Green Infrastructure Parameters Plan and the landscape and visual impact assessment that was undertaken by the applicants. One can therefore conclude that the scheme will meet the requirements of Core Policy 51 and 57 in respect of these issues. In other words, that a scheme can be delivered at reserve matter stage that will protect landscape character and not have any harmful visual effects upon the receiving landscape. A detailed landscaping scheme would be worked up at reserve matter stage to ensure these impacts identified are suitably mitigated, and this is perfectly acceptable under current Core Policy 51, which allows for any impacts to be mitigated against. In terms of highway safety, the construction of the proposed development would not have an unacceptable impact on highway safety and would not have a severe residual cumulative impact on the road network. Detailed matters such as parking standards, internal access roads, cycleways and footpaths will be elements controlled at reserve matter stage. The Highways Officer, however, is in support of the scheme, subject to their suggested conditions and subject to a financial contribution towards the Trowbridge Transport Strategy. In light of the above, again, as per the previous application, there are no highways reasons to withhold planning permission. Drainage and flood risk. Council's drainage team, in their response, have confirmed that the level of detail provided as part of this application proves that there is a deliverable scheme to enable the development to be viable without detrimentally impacting on flood risk, and therefore support the application in principle. The detailed scheme is to be provided by way of a planning condition, as recommended by your officers. The Environment Agency, after lengthy deliberations, including revised and additional documentation, notably revisions to the FRA and further modelling work, have no further concerns about the proposals in terms of fluvial flood risk. The Environment Agency's conditions were accepted by the applicant and are included in the recommendation of this report. As such, it can be concluded that the development, subject to conditions, will not lead to increased flood risks elsewhere. In relation to ecology, construction stage impacts on ecology would be avoided through the implementation of a construction and ecological management plan, one of the recommended conditions. The long-term impacts on wildlife would be avoided through the provision of new habitats and the retention and enhancement of existing habitats. Wiltshire ecologists are happy that the Green Infrastructure Parameters Plan secures sufficient land to enable these mitigation measures to be delivered successfully at reserve matter stage. Whilst the proposal could have had significant effects on the Bath and Bradford and Avon Batsac, in view of all the additional supporting information, both the Wiltshire Council Ecologist and Natural England have concluded that the proposal will not result in adverse effects on the integrity of the SAC. Accordingly, a positive appropriate assessment has also been reached on this application. No objections are therefore raised against Core Policy 50. With regards to the agricultural land, the area was not surveyed in the post-1988 agricultural land classification maps, and so it's not recorded whether the site is 3A, best and most versatile land, or 3B, not best and most versatile. However, it should be noted that if it were to be best and most versatile land that was being lost, it is not a significant area, and what qualifies as a significant area is that Natural England are generally only concerned where areas greater than 20 hectares are being lost. This portion of land falls well below that threshold, and therefore its loss is considered acceptable. And as pointed out in the officer report, this matter has also been looked at when the site was originally allocated for housing. With regards to the Section 106, as with the other developments, this provides the necessary contributions to ensure that it can mitigate its own impacts, and the applicant has agreed to these contributions, which you can see in the appendix to this report. To summarise, these Contributions go towards affordable housing, education, public open space, both on-site and off-site, highways, biodiversity, waste and recycling, and air quality monitoring. In conclusion, it is the opinion of officers that no significant or demonstrable harm has been identified that would outweigh the benefits. In the case of the provision of market and affordable housing, significant benefits that this development would accrue. In the absence of any identified planning harm, it is therefore recommended that this application be approved, subject to the conditions listed below and the satisfactory completion of a Section 106 legal agreement containing the contributions identified in this report to committee, and also subject to the prior completion of the trial trenching.
Thank you, Rory. Well, that's very detailed. There are a lot of issues that cannot be revisited at reserve matter stage, aren't there? This one.
Yes.
Yeah. Has anybody considered alternative access for this site?
It was considered at the allocation stage. They looked at the feasibility of delivering access to the north through the existing residential housing, but for obvious reasons, residential distributor roads are not suitable for this quantum of traffic that was envisaged. And I believe the route to the east via Axon Cleaver Lane onto Woodmarsh Lane was ruled out because it was land not in the ownership of the applicant or Wiltshire Council, and therefore wasn't able to be delivered. But the applicant owned land that connected up to the Froome Road. And I think it's always been the understanding as part of the allocation that the development and access onto the Froome Road is one entity, but it was always envisaged when it was allocated that the access would come off Firs Hill on the Froome Road.
Right, okay. Questions from the committee, please. Christopher.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to the officer for the presentation. This is generally, you know, I'm quite impressed on the whole by this. The wild card seems to be the archaeology. And I see that officers have come up with a way to secure some trial trenching before permission is granted. But two questions about that. First of all, I see the county archaeologist is saying very specifically that he would require a trial trench evaluation of the proposed development footprint, sampling a minimum of 4% of that area. That's very clear. That's not what's in the recommendation. The recommendation just refers to trial trenching. And I'm wondering, would officers resist the committee sort of parachuting in what the county archaeologist is seeking? Would they be looking for a lesser scheme of trenching? That's my first question. And then my second question is, what do officers believe is the way forward if the trial trenching does in fact find, as some members of the public believe is at least possible, a large and important Roman villa? I mean, the recommendation refers to changes being made to the application, and that presumably would be changes before a permission was granted and it being brought back to committee. But I'm struggling to understand whether we would be completely preserving our position or not. I mean, by agreeing to the recommendation, are we effectively conceding that the allocated land will be developed and that it's going to be a matter of recording what's found? Or what can officers tell us? What are the implications of the way they're wanting to deal with this? But I think my other question is, of course, the first one, which is about the wording that the county archaeologist was looking for.
Yes, I mean, firstly, any trial trenching that does occur would have to be informed by the county archaeologists. Well, it would have to be done to their satisfaction, effectively. So if they did 2% of the site and the county archaeologist said, unfortunately, that's not a proportional representation of the site, I want you to do further trial trenching, then that would be mandated at the time. So I've got no issue with the recommendation, including the words of the archaeology officer, but in reality, that was going to happen anyway, because the county archaeologist would be overseeing that the trial trenching is done to their satisfaction before they can move on to the next stage.
No, that's very helpful.
So-
I think maybe if we just float in the words under the instructions, or as required by the county archaeologist or something like that, right? And then on the sort of the position if significant fines are found, where do we find ourselves then when it comes back to committee?
It would, yeah. I mean, obviously, it does have the ability to affect the delivery of the site. And if Historic England were to intervene and decide that one of the monuments was, or one of the fines was schedulable, then it would obviously impact upon which parts of the site can therefore be developed. The setting of archaeological monuments, I think, is slightly different to the setting of heritage assets. And so, but it would be down to conservation colleagues and Historic England to provide what they perceive to be an appropriate buffer for those monuments that are scheduled. And it may result in the application having to be significantly altered, i.e. numbers reduced. It may ultimately stop the development from going ahead altogether, dependent on the size and nature of what's found and what Historic England's and the council's actions are in that regard.
Okay, thank you. That's fair enough. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Thruffle.
I just wanted to go back onto the road across the water meadows, or the historic water meadows. You said that was 4.8 metres. That's considered to be wide enough for two vehicles, isn't it? Two carriageways. And then it's got a drainage swale on the north side and a park railings along the south. Is it raised as well, or is it on the, because I think somebody told me that it was going to have to be raised like a railway embankment, but I mean, that may be the case with the bridge, but I just wondered if we had any information, or is that all reserved matters?
The detail, the exact details of the road, so the alignment of the road is somewhat fixed by the parameters plans that we've seen, but the actual design of the road and its undulations, it will closely follow the land where possible, but obviously it's going to have to be elevated to a certain degree to take account of the flooding incidences when it crosses the flood zones 2 and 3. That's mandated by the Environment Agency, would have an interest in that. Our own drainage team would, as well as highways colleagues and everyone else, heritage. So at reserve matters stage, when we have the details, they will all be consulted on the design and will ensure that it's functionable whilst not impacting harmfully upon the heritage assets.
Could I just come back? Do we know where are the flood zones 2 and 3? I was trying to find the Trowbridge flooding map, but I couldn't.
Yes, where the Lambrook Stream corridor is that traverses the site, it's roughly, there's a percentage of land either side of that is in flood zones 2 and 3, the greatest percentage being flood zone 2, and then a smaller area being just flood zone 3.
Stuart.
My question sort of follows on from that, because I think it's very critical. This is the access road. I mean, on the site, really, as far as I see it, the housing side is to the very far east. The west is just the access road, and reserve matters is the access to the site. And I want to see the site as on the full east. But is there any indication as to what this bridge is going to look like? I know you'll say it's reserved matters, but I think it does affect, especially its proximity to Southwick Court, how the design hangs together. Is this going to be a concrete block bridge? Is it going to be made out of Bath stone, Cotswold stone? Is it an arch bridge, double arch? Or is there any kind of indication as to what, or is that just going to be put to reserve matters?
There is illustrative material in the design and access statement with some sort of sketches of potential designs for the bridge. Those are, of course, indicative and could change at reserve matter stage. I think the critical point being that Historic England noted in their commentary on the WhatsApp that the inspector said that with great care, a design could be achieved that wouldn't have a harmful impact on Southwick Court farm complex. So whilst we don't have the details at this stage because it is only an outline application, officers would like to assure the committee that the relevant consultees will all have an input on the design of that bridge. And whilst it will have to meet functional requirements, so there are certain elements that are going to be unavoidable in terms of crossing the floodplain, it's going to have to be elevated over a certain section. But, we will make sure that we can do our best to mitigate the potential impacts from that against the heritage assets and to make sure the river corridor is still functional from a flooding and ecological point of view, and that everything is done to policy compliance standards effectively.
Right, Tony.
Yes, if I may. So thank you for my colleagues bringing those points up. It is the heritage asset that I was going to bring up about on page 192, the Conservation Officer has suggested Conservation Officer makes it clear that the development of this site is going to have a negative effect on the heritage assets due to the following. So there is quite a balance here. The problem is what we're looking at is an outline plan, and that plan, to my mind, can only go forward if we had the knowledge of the mitigation to the floodplain, which occupies the road and the bridge possible to actually clear that. So what we see here is going to be a very difficult situation to decide upon. It's a pity we've got no sign anywhere of what that bridge is going to look like and the harm that may well be affected to the Southwick, the Grade 2 listed star building. We traversed all of those fields on our site visit, and we saw that wonderful listed building, and some of the hedgerows have been cut down. So there is going to be quite a view from that area that will affect the amenity of that particular building. And what I just want to clarify is, and it has been alluded to just now, this sort of question of what will the bridge look like? Will it have an effect on the overall effect of the listed building itself, or the amenity of those living in that listed building? So it's going to be difficult to deal with. Is there no sign that we can see part of that with the illustrations on the design and access?
Well, I think, as I said, the documentation is indicative or illustrative material that's been provided to give an indication of how a potential crossing of the Lambrook could take place. But I think critical to that is the Conservation Officer's comments in that they feel that the development, and you take the access road and the development to be the development itself, that in combination that would have cause less than substantial harm to the setting of the heritage assets. So they've identified that the bridge is going to cause a degree of harm to the heritage assets, but in accordance with NPPF policy, officers have reached the conclusion that the public benefits in doing that exercise of weighing the public benefits versus the harm have concluded, in line with the WhatsApp inspector, who considered there to be substantial public benefits arising from this proposal, notably the provision of market and affordable housing, but also the substantial public open space that's being provided, noting that the current site, although it has public rights of way that traverse it, one isn't supposed to stray off the legal line and definitive width of those public rights of way. Although we saw people doing that on the day, technically it's private land, it's not public open space, although perhaps some of the locals feel that it is. It's not technically that. So there are public benefits that this development is bringing, and it's the cumulative total of those public benefits that we've been able to reach the conclusion that the harm to the heritage asset would be outweighed by those public benefits. So we're not dismissing the fact that there will be no harm to the heritage assets. It's just it's on that sort of policy point that allows us to reach that conclusion effectively.
That's our judgment call. Beth.
Just a brief one. Whereabouts is the Roman villa thought to be? Is it bottom left?
It's not really been shared with officers, its exact location. We've had the documentation, an aerial photograph, but it's not quite clear where that imagery is. But I think I was told previously that it was down where the water meadows are, which is an area of undisturbed groundworks. So it's not the development there isn't proposed to be any ground disturbance works in that particular area, and that's part of the green infrastructure plan. So that at reserve matter stage, that area would be reserved for attenuation, for planting, etc., but not for any housing, effectively.
Thank you very much. Will there be any landscaping provided to the actual road through that parcel of land, or will they just be a stark road across a green field? Because I would think it'd be quite nice to put some trees in next to the road as well.
The answer, well, largely our sort of steers taken from the conservation team here, in that, you know, we're trying to maintain that parkland setting for the Southwick Court farmhouse complex, and therefore we don't want to line the road, because it serves almost to just draw attention to the road by lining it with trees. What we're trying to achieve here is the lowest impact road possible, which is why there's soft verges and no street lighting, no signage, a separate footpath, and just sort of country estate kind of railing, post and rail fencing, which should hopefully, the aim is to try and minimise the impacts as far as practically possible on the heritage asset. And I think planting is something that my heritage advisors would seek to resist effectively.
Thank you. Ernie.
Thanks, Chairman. Presumably, as this is only outline, we've got no idea what the applicant intends to do about the public rights of way on the site, whether they're going to divert them or try and stop them up.
Public rights of way are shown on the parameters, the access land use plan, I think. But essentially, they're not, unless they put in a diversion order, they can't divert them. And so they've rather incorporated them into the scheme as effectively green infrastructure corridors, blocks through the development. So if I go back, you can sort of see where they are traversing the site on there, and there is a clear route provided for them. So there's certainly no plans at this stage to divert them. And if they were to divert them, it would be subject to separate consultation and consideration by the Public Rights of Way team under the Countryside and Rights of Way Act.
Okay, but as it's only outlined, of course, they can just do what they like if we pass this, can't they? The other thing I was going to ask is, how can this be classed as sustainable when you've got an unlit road going up to the Froome Road? What are we expecting the residents to do to actually get off the development? How is it sustainable when you've got to go down a single track road to get to anywhere, really?
There's a footpath and cycleway proposed to the north of the main vehicle access to the development. It's indicatively shown on this plan. It runs north up to across the bridge over the Lambrook, where there is a shared access way and footpath, and then it goes in a northwesterly direction up towards the Lambrook stream corridor, and then joins onto the Froome Road there. The details of that are to be worked up as part of the reserve matters application, and the question of it being lit or unlit is one of public safety versus ecological issues. So it's whether you want to put all your eggs in the basket of trying to preserve the dark corridors for the bats, which ecology would be firmly in that camp, or whether you want to try and meet modern standards of having, lighting along the pavements. It is an open site, so it does have that benefit that it's not, the pavements aren't going to be lined with trees either side and shading, so it should be a fairly light route anyway. But I think the issues will come at reserve matters stage when we look at the details of it, and it's whichever is considered the more important issue, really. Is it the ecological issue or the safety of the route? And that will be discussed at reserve matters stage.
Thank you. I don't remember mentioning lighting at all, but anyway, thank you for your answers. I think it's helped me towards my decision on this one. Thank you.
Could the piece of land north of that access be developed?
whole site is included in the WhatsApp, and we can't resist applications being submitted, but it is included in this application as parkland, and there is no application before us for that parcel of land, but we can't rule it out as a possibility in the future.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say that. Rob, can I ask you to come in on this?
By all means,
Did you
yes.
have anything you wanted to say? I do want to ask you about the cumulative impact of the traffic, because I'm not entirely comfortable with that, as you'll know from the other day. But if there's anything else you want to add or contribute? please
Yeah,
do.
no, I think it's important on this particular site that this is an example of the highways officers working closely with our ecology and heritage officers. Under normal circumstances, we would have typically gone for a 5.5 metre wide road with 2 or 3 metre footways either side, with 6 metre lamp columns all the way down the access road. So what we're trying to weigh up here is maintaining the access to Froome Road, but maximising the sustainability by getting those connections into the existing estates to the north, where there are bus routes, where there are amenities and shops. Granted, we are still dealing with a site in the periphery of Trowbridge, and it has to sit within the environment it's being delivered. Coming on to the cumulative impacts of traffic, again, I have to reiterate that we have brought together the 3 applications in piecemeal to get an overall picture of the cumulative impact. With regards to this particular site, it was modelled in the Trowbridge Strategic Transport Model, which takes into account all the development coming forward in the WhatsApp and indeed in the core strategy. So it assesses the whole impact of the growth agenda for Trowbridge with this particular site taken into account. What came out of that was essentially negligible impact. Across the whole of Trowbridge, we had 2 junctions which tweaked over the what's normally considered the design parameters for a junction capacity, and that's 85%. Go over 85%, we start getting into the realms of refusing development. In this instance, the only junctions which went over were by the Sea Road, Stallard Street, and obviously up at Staverton. The only 2 junctions which were triggered over the 85% when taken into consideration the growth agenda. When we start to look more local to the site, taking in consideration that the total impact of traffic, which amounts to, and Councillor Vigar mentioned this, essentially 112 departing vehicles and 45 arrival vehicles, and that's the worst case scenario, and that's the AM peak, so a total of 157 trip movements. We're looking at the worst case impact at the A361 College Road Junction, and that's at 5.4%. Now, whilst we start to look and consider junctions with that kind of impact, 5% is not really a material consideration. You look at junctions when you get 5% impact because you look at how the junction actually operates. Below 5%, you generally dismiss an assessment of a specific junction or link. In this instance, that junction is illustrating nearly 20% reserve capacity. Now, in that model, that only considered this site, it considered this site for 190 dwellings, but when we take into consideration the additional 100 dwellings, that 20% is not going to be taken up by that additional traffic movement. Now, we also have the wider Wiltshire county-wide strategic transport model, and that is coming forward with the local plan review. Now, when we consider the sites coming forward with the local plan review, we will again assess all the junctions across the whole of Trowbridge and develop a further Trowbridge transport strategy, which will mitigate the impacts of these developments coming forward and anything forecast in the future. So we're trying to cover all bases at the moment. Does that help, Chair?
Yes, it does. I suspect not everybody will be satisfied with that response, but I thank you. Thank you for explaining that at least. Any more questions at this stage? Adrian, Councillor Foster.
Just one, there was a discussion earlier that this particular application had that island in the middle, refuge. Is that a reserved matter?
No, that is not. So that is part of certainly the access onto Froome Road. So there is a detailed consideration of that at this stage. And as you will note from the plan in front of you, so the pedestrian route departs away from the main carriageway. That is to minimise the impact upon the heritage and ecological impact. At the point at which that pedestrian route reaches out into Froome Road, that's the point where the splitter island will be, and that will provide better access into the park on the opposite side of the road and can join the bus stops which are being brought forward with this application.
And will that be wide enough for cyclists as well?
Typically, they're 1.5 metres wide, but certainly we will look at that through detailed consideration under what's called a Section 278 agreement. So all road works within the highway is subject to an agreement which we have to agree the full detailed design of. So in this instance, we now, subsequent to this application being submitted, we now have to consider LTN 120. So we have to consider the splitter island to accommodate the requirements of cyclists.
Right, okay, thank you for that. If you had a wish list, would you put the access somewhere else?
Mr. Guest in front of me has asked me not to answer that.
Okay, you've answered the question. I appreciate that. That is a concern of mine, as you will have already picked up. So I'm going to go to our first speaker now. Oh, sorry, Tony, did you want
Sorry, yes, we were just bringing up again, Highways officer was concerned about the refuge and the sum of money, which I inadvertently suggested at the last application. There is a £10,000 sum. But are we to, there again, have another informative on this one that would help with the known, well, not known, but the wish that is that we would require a proper controlled pedestrian crossing across the Froome Road, you know, coupled together with the Section 106 highways sum of money. You know, we did that on the last application. I think it might be necessary to do it on this application to
Chair, can I?
make it
Yeah,
come in.
yes, sir.
Okay, so coming back on that point, I am looking at Rory now, but we will have a condition which relates to the design of the access work. Certainly, we can tweak that condition for the access works that would cover a further and full assessment of the pedestrian crossing demand and pedestrian crossing design. Now, that will come forward in the wider agreement anyway, and that will be subject to a road safety audit, but we can come up with very easy wording for that condition to cover that off.
It's just that I'm mindful, if this particular application is permitted, you know, the 180 houses and the car movements between that is more pertinent to this application to have a better through crossing rather than the one that we've just dealt with. Okay.
James.
Would things like car charging points be relatively important now, or is that something, again, which is reserved matters?
That's a good question. Yeah.
It's a matter that's now picked up. I believe it's approved document S under building regulations, where all new houses are required to provide. There are some exceptions to the rule. I think if you have a shared footpath running across the front of your house, then you're exempted for trip hazard reasons. But generally, it's now covered by building regs, which is why we probably won't be looking to impose those kind of conditions.
Okay, you'll have your day in court in just a minute, David, because I'll be coming back to you. Yeah, all right. I'll let you address that when the time comes. I want to crack on with the with our speakers now. So once again, I'm going to go to Graham Hill, please.
Thank you, Chair. With your indulgence, again, I'd like to answer a couple of the questions that were asked that were unable to be answered. The paragraph 93 of the WhatsApp goes into great, it spends its entire time with the inspector saying that access cannot be from the north unless it is emergency access. So if anyone wants to make reference to that, that's paragraph 93. With the in question about the archaeology, a full document was sent to planning officers, the cabinet member and Mr. Allen and Councillor Vicar some fortnight ago, which summarises what I'm about to say. There are actually 3 sites on this site, one in the lower right-hand corner, one at the position of the bridge, and the third at the Froome Road, where the road entrance comes. Can we stay on that map, please? Thank you. Those are, as I'll come along, those are what's been presented to Historic England and the county archaeologist. They form the basis of their comments. So we're not talking about a single possible site. The small bridleway at the bottom, which is Axon Cleaver Lane, has been suggested by archaeologists as being the main entrance to the significant villa in the corner. So that for information. Evidence has appeared and emerged over a 3-year period to indicate a significant likelihood of what has been referred to as nationally important archaeology on the site. This has included a series of aerial parchmark photos taken over a 30-year period. These are strongly suggestive of a series of wall lines indicating 2 very substantial buildings or ranges of buildings in the region of 40 meters plus per side. LiDAR imagery showing a 3rd rectilinear earthwork directly comparable with a 1st century fortified villa in Oxfordshire. A report submitted to the WhatsApp examination as a part of the Wiltshire Council evidence, which gave evidence of scans suggestive of subsoil features. There have been finds of roof tiles dated between AD 70 and AD 20 meters from one of the locations, and a Roman votive figurine has been found 10 meters from one of the other 2 locations. In addition, a previously unknown Roman road is indicated in close relationship to the 3 major locations. At the time of discovery, these were reported and shared with the Office of the County Archaeologist. 3 submissions were made by those officers, each advising that, in line with the WhatsApp submission, pre-consent trial trenching should take place. This data was shared with Historic England, and communication with Simon Hickman, Principal Inspector of Historic Buildings, and Melanie Barge, Inspector of Ancient Monuments, took place. Historic England submitted comments to the consultation portal advising that Wiltshire Council were in danger of breaching NPPF 194 in light of cohesive evidence of archaeology which they deemed to be of potentially national importance. A précis of this evidence was compiled, and a similar one was submitted to officers, and this was sent at some time ago confidentially to Simon Hickman, Melanie Barge, Professor Alice Roberts of Birmingham University, Dr. Phil Harding, the Corinium Museum, and Wessex Archaeology, all of whom scrutinized and validated the evidence with comments such as significant and compelling. Those are quotations. Historic England was so convinced that they began the process to schedule the entire site, dependent on the advised trial trenching, which Wessex Archaeology defined as requiring 18 trenches per hectare over the entire site. Any schedule would prevent further development or application. None of these strongly evidenced locations have ever been physically investigated. One evidence location lies under the proposed road and another under the bridge, the principal being on that picture, bottom right-hand corner. Since development blocks are only for illustration at this stage, there is no certainty what proportion of which locations would be in peril. Archaeologists predict that 9 of the proposed 13 blocks will damage or destroy existing archaeology. All local WHSAP sites have, at the cost to developer, followed advice to perform trial trenching prior to coming to committee, including H24 and H25, which you've seen today, and the adjacent or the nearby H22 in North Bradley. The balance of caution would suggest that this would be appropriate also in this case. Granting consent at this point could be seen as signing a blank check. And if committee are minded to follow officers' advice, please may I respectfully request that the trenching be considered by Wessex Archaeology rather than Cotswold Archaeology. Cotswold Archaeology have made pronouncements about this site which have proved to be inaccurate. Thank you. Oh, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions.
Simon Tesler, please. Yes, you can.
I'm Simon Tesler. I'm the owner of Southwick Court. Grade 2-star listed Southwick Court is arguably the most important heritage asset in the vicinity of Trowbridge. It's the only unaltered private residence dating back to the 15th century that is still in its original setting. The H2.6 site is landlocked. It requires the creation of an extended 600-meter access road to cut through the middle of the park field that provides the entrance to and the principal setting of Southwick Court. Historic England and Wiltshire Conservation agree that the access road alone would have a negative impact on the isolated rural setting of Southwick Court. The original Heritage Impact Assessment commissioned by Wiltshire from LUC in 2018 said it, quote, approached substantial harm. Even your planning officers, and I quote from their report, quote, accept that harm will arise from this proposal. Yet these comments relate only to the H2.6 application in isolation. They do not take into account the cumulative impact of the two further developments at 2.4 and 2.5, both of which, as the committee saw on Monday, are clearly visible from the approach to Southwick Court across the park field. Nor do they take into account, since full details have yet to be provided by the applicants, the structure required to bridge the Lambrook stream and reach the housing development. We know from the plans submitted so far that the bridge will be around 100 meters long. But to stand clear of the stream and the floodplain and to allow for climate change, we estimate it will need to be almost 5 meters high. That's as high as the converted farm buildings of the Southwick Court complex. This is not a road, this is a flyover. I believe that such an eyesore, in my personal opinion, will vandalize the historic setting of Southwick Court. Given the large number of other housing developments already in the pipeline elsewhere, including the two others discussed already today, the superficial justifications for harm presented by the applicants, 5-year housing supply, construction jobs, improvements to public space, and so on, these are more than accommodated elsewhere. The applicants argue that concerns regarding the access road and the bridge can be postponed until later as reserved matters, but this is simply housing development by stealth. When it comes to harm to a 2-star heritage asset, why should these be left as reserved matters? I ask the committee respectfully to decline the application. At the very least, I ask that the committee reject this outline proposal and require the applicants to submit a full application for development. Why give the developers an opportunity to put spades in the ground and start the process of vandalizing the setting of a unique 2-star heritage asset on the basis of we've started, so we'll finish, when there is no clear and binding plan for what precisely the eventual damage might be? Thank you.
Simon, Jeff Whitman, please. Thank you. Press the button on your right. Oh. No.
Sorry, before I start, can I request that you bring up plan on page 118, please? On page 118, the plan. No, that's not quite the one. So one showing the back mitigation all the way through all three sites. Okay. All right, my name's Jeff Whiffen. I'm a resident and former chair of the Town Council Planning Committee. This land has been described by the applicants as being agricultural land. Wiltshire Council, in their Wiltshire Housing Site Allocations Plan Sustainability Appraisal report, describes it as being informal recreation land. The major policy issue with the site is the application of the TBMS. This requires a minimum of 15 metres native planting, supported by a minimum 15 metres of dark space below 1 lux. That is very dark. The policy says if this cannot be achieved, a closely boarded fence must be erected to reach that level. The 15-metre native planting runs into another problem on this particular site. 17 metres into the field, there is a 46 centimetre ductile iron water main. This requires an easement of a minimum, that word again, a minimum of 6 metres, easement on either side, with root barriers installed if planting comes to that distance. These two sets of numbers do not work. The planting cannot comply with the policy without breaching the easement of the water main. This is made even more complicated by the requirement in the TBMS that all new planting should have fences 3 metres to either side of the planting for at least the first 3 years. So that's 2 fences to prevent access for at least 3 years, and another close-boarded fence to reduce light levels as a permanent feature in an area where they are not permitted at all. Just to add that on the south, west and east of the developable area, the same fencing rules are in place. So this open and free edge to the town will need triple fences for at least 3 years, if not more. These will block the footpaths and sightlines, and heaven knows how you plant trees and build fences in a level 3 floodplain that spends a good part of the year under a metre of water. Finally, to the immediate south of the developable area, there has been a fully accepted application for a town and village green submitted under Section 15 of the Act. This does not in any way interfere with the application as submitted and supports the applicant's desire to create a countryside edge to the town. Are the applicants of this site prepared to commit today to supporting the application as it perfectly corresponds with their own operations? Just one other thing I would like to clarify. The Axon lever was referred to as a lane. It is in fact a bridle way not suitable for vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Nick Matthews. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. My name is Nick Matthews. I'm the planning consultant acting for Waddington Park Limited, the applicants on the application before you. We submitted the outline planning application for this site back on the 6th of January 2020. Throughout the determination period, we've worked positively and cooperatively with your officers and the statutory consultees to arrive at the set of proposals which are before you now. We are confident that the proposals address all of the requirements of the site and should be supported for the reasons given by the officer in his report. Within the remaining time available, I just wanted to pick up on 4 specific matters. First, extensive discussions have taken place with the lead local flood authority and the Environment Agency to ensure that the proposed development would not be subject to flooding, nor would it result in an increase in flood risk elsewhere. This took a significant amount of time to resolve, but we now have confirmation from the LLFA and the EA that they have no objection to the application. Secondly, Wiltshire Highways have confirmed that they are satisfied the development would not result in an unacceptable impact upon the highway network, that there is a suitable access junction onto the Froome Road, and that there would be appropriate walking and cycling connections from the site into Trowbridge town centre. Notwithstanding, a financial contribution of over £100,000 is proposed to improve active and public transport accessibility. Part of that funding could be used for an enhanced pedestrian crossing over the Froome Road, in addition to the £10,000 commitment already made within the application proposals. Third, the proposals include a considerable amount of accessible open green space. They comply with the provisions of the BAT mitigation strategy, and they will deliver a net biodiversity gain. As a consequence, there again is no objection to the application from the Council's ecologist or from Natural England. And finally, with regards to archaeology, we're aware of the recent comments in the press and the suggestion that there could be one or more Roman remains buried beneath the site. That conclusion is not consistent with the LiDAR and geophysical survey evidence or the desktop assessment prepared by our heritage specialist at Cotswold Archaeology, which was submitted with the planning application. These identified no areas of high archaeological potential which required intrusive investigation. Despite this, Waddington Park are satisfied that the proposal of the officers that should members resolve to grant planning permission today, trowel trenching work would be undertaken in the next few months and prior to planning permission being formally granted by the authority. To answer the question from Councillor Newbury, this would cover 4% of the area of land upon which the development is proposed. This belt and braces approach would provide certainty to the authority while also giving the applicant the comfort that the proposals are in principle supported before they commit to a substantial 5-figure sum to undertake the trowel trenching work. In summary, the application proposals are in our view entirely consistent with the policies of the development plan and would deliver an attractive, high-quality environment on a site allocated for development in the site allocations plan. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the committee resolve to grant planning permission today. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Liz. Lance Allen, once again, please.
Thank you very much. Could I ask a point of clarification first before I speak? I am confused, and I get the impression from some of the members from some of the questions asked earlier that there's a little bit of confusion about what is reserved matters and what's not reserved matters. Specifically, is the horizontal alignment of the access road a reserved matter or not? And is the vertical alignment of the access road a reserved matter or not? Because at the moment it's ambiguous. What was said earlier by the officer is different from what's in the report.
I think they probably both are. But can we have clarification on that, Rory?
Yeah, this parameters plan that's just up there says it covers access, land use, building heights, etc. So the physical alignment of the road is shown on this parameters plan. And so that would be fixed in its position, but the actual design of it and its elevations, etc., are detailed elements to be considered at reserved matter stage. And those are details that we only have in sort of illustrative material at this stage.
That was my understanding of what was said earlier, but that's not what's written in the report. What's written in the report is, as such, it is the opinion of officers that the section of road connecting the block of development with the Froome Road is to be considered under reserved matters.
Yes.
My reading of what's in the report says that the horizontal alignment of the road is also a reserved matter.
It's the route of the road. It's not the actual design of it and how high it is, etc. That's the aspect of it that's subject to reserved matters. So we don't have the full details like we do, for example, the access onto the Froome Road as submitted in this. We don't have that level of detail because it's a reserved matter, but the alignment of it is shown on the parameters plan, and therefore that would be fixed.
Thank you for clarifying that. Paragraph 3 of the report suggests that the site is wholly within Southwick parish, but approximately 20 of the proposed 180 dwellings will be located in North Bradley parish. I think that should be corrected. This is an outline application for access only, which includes a viaduct across the Lambrook stream. Could I urge all the councillors on the committee to look very closely at any design drawings, elevation drawings or such of the proposed viaduct? Well, I think we've had that question answered. There aren't any. And if there is insufficient information regarding the design of the proposed viaduct, then the only decision available to members in this case is to refuse the application. Because if there is insufficient information regarding the proposed viaduct, then you will be unable to assess the impact of that the viaduct will have on the historic landscape setting, as would any of the statutory consultees. If, as is stated, there is evidence of, and I quote, sensitive design of the vehicular access to the site, members may conclude that this aspect has been addressed. But if there is insufficient evidence to that effect, then refusal must be the conclusion. And of course, we've just been told there is no design. Design is a reserved matter. You cannot therefore come to the conclusion that's been come to. But on page 29 of the report, it says, as I've quoted already, it is the opinion of officers that the section of road connecting the block of development with the Froome Road is to be considered under reserved matters. We've just had that clarified. So either there is sufficient evidence to conclude that it has been sensitively designed, or there isn't, and it will be dealt with as a reserved matter. Which is it? If members are at all concerned that they may be giving outline permission to a site which may not be able to demonstrate the design requirements of the proposed viaduct in particular, which make the site deliverable, then members would be right to be concerned that they are perpetuating the chronic issue of giving an amber light to another site around Trowbridge, which cannot satisfactorily achieve a green light within a reasonable period, as you've seen at Ashton Park over the last 10 years. If members are at all concerned that they may be giving outline permission, sorry, I've done that one. Historic England said, and I quote, recommend that Wiltshire Council carefully considers, in consultation with the Highways Department, whether the alternative means of accessing the site from the north or east is possible. If it is, then the justification for constructing a new road through the pasture northwest of Southwick Court would fail to be clear or convincing, and potentially thus be at odds with paragraph 193 of the National Planning Policy Framework. Can councillors consider the submitted evidence of the Highways Department with regards to the possibility of accessing the site from the north or the east, and if that evidence is not sufficient, then the only appropriate decision in this case is to refuse the application. The WhatsApp inspector, and you can see on page 36 of today's report, says, and I quote, this would result in a relatively long access road crossing the open part of the site. Achieving a satisfactory form of development will be challenging. Nevertheless, I am satisfied that with great care, there is scope for development on this site. How can great care be demonstrated when there is no evidence of a sensitive design of the vehicular access to the site, when the design of the access road and bridge is left to reserved matters, when there is no evidence to demonstrate that alternative access could be achieved, and when it is impossible to assess the impact on heritage and landscape in the absence of a detailed design for the access road and in particular the bridge. Members must surely conclude that these failures result in refusal of this application.
Once again, Lance. Horace, Councillor Prickett, did you want to speak to this one? Turn your mic on.
That one, yes, there we go. Well, I have very little to say so far because most of the sites that we've looked at the other side of the main road, have nothing at all to do with North Bradley. But as the member for this area currently, no, not for much longer, and a member of North Bradley Parish Council, the very points that my colleague here have just made have been expressed by them. They would consider that without adequate description, planning, formation of what they intend to do in reality, instead of the very general plans and very general ideas given here, we would appreciate it if this committee refused permission now. That would be the policy from North Bradley Parish Council, who are not at all happy with the detail that has been given in this case, especially when you take into account the archaeology and the ancient remains that are there, which have not been investigated to any great extent prior to this coming to the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Horace. So David, and you might want to pick up the points that you wanted to earlier.
Thank you. I'll come to that one. It was about the road, but I'll come to. I've made a note to come to it. So yeah, I'm don't want to be unnecessarily repetitive, but picking up on what Councillor Prickett just said and Town Clerk from Trowbridge, I think that there's a lot of risk here, a lot of uncertainty, and I think there should be a certain degree of discomfort about giving approval to something with so much remaining uncertain in respect, particularly of archaeology and heritage and the impact on heritage. In terms of the archaeology, you pick your expert and you take your pick. Cotswold Archaeology have been engaged with the applicant, and we've heard from the applicant's agent what they have said. However, in 2018, 5 years ago, a report commissioned by this council said that the archaeological potential of the site was likely to be moderate to high and that pre-consent investigations would be required. That was said 5 years ago. In February 2021, 2 years ago, the assistant archaeologist, county archaeologist, registered his objection. He advised that the applicant commissioned a trial trench evaluation and particularly a radar survey in the far southeast corner of the site, the one that was pointed out by Graham Hill, where a possible structure had been identified. In November 21, 18 months ago, Historic England said it had seen documents showing there may be significant archaeology and also called for pre-consent evaluation, not pre-decision notice, pre-consent. Historic England also said it believes the application may not meet the National Planning Framework's paragraph 194, which says that local planning authorities are responsible for requiring developers to submit evaluations where the site has potential for archaeological interest. And as we've heard, an antiquarian whose investigations were largely responsible for the discovery of the Roman villa at St Lawrence School in Bradford-on-Avon also believes that a villa complex exists here. And plans have been sent to officers, I think, over the last 6 months, the plans that antiquarian has put together. And as has been pointed out, on H24 and H25, the applicants were prepared to go along with the request for a trial evaluation. Those evaluations took place. There were digs on both of those sites. That's not happened here, where the potential is far greater. And now at the 11th hour, it is being suggested that a dig is carried out between approval and the decision notice being issued. I do not think that's satisfactory. We've had 5 years to require this dig, and it's not happened. I think it's now needed, as the experts have requested, before permission is granted. That will concentrate minds, ensure the dig takes place in the right locations and to rigorous standards, because the approval depends on it. Let me move on to other reasons, which are not so much for deferment, but for outright refusal. Again, this is a question of judgments. Judgments have been made by different officers. Judgments made by the council's own officers are often cited as reasons for approval, but other judgments are available sometimes. The first is the harm to the heritage asset of Southwick Manor Court, Southwick Court Manor House that we've heard about, and the land from which it was historically farmed. Core Policy 58 says development should protect, conserve, and where possibly enhance the historic environment. Designated heritage assets will be conserved, it says, and appropriately enhanced in a manner appropriate to their significance. I cannot really see that struggle to see that happening here. In national policy, the key threshold is substantial harm. The 2018 Heritage Report said the development would likely approach, as the owner of Southwick Court said, Mr. Tesler, approach substantial harm, as it would completely sever the centuries-old links between the Southwick Court and the historic farmland. Wiltshire's Conservation Officer's judgment is that the application creates less than substantial harm, but with the higher levels of that category. Unquantified. You will make your own judgment. Many of you have seen this terrain, a field that has been open for centuries, bisected by a road that provides the only access for 180 dwellings, an ancient stream spanned by a 100-metre-long bridge of unknown height. Members need to consider if this amounts to substantial harm. If it does, then that alone is a reason for refusal under Section 201 of the MPPF. If councillors agree that the application causes less than substantial harm, then it should still be weighed against the public benefits. And we have to look at the public benefits here. It's 180 houses, essentially, which has to be looked at in perspective against everything else that's happened in Trowbridge. In my view, it's currently impossible anyway to make that calculation of whether harm occurs. You can't assess the degree of harm because the detailed design of the road and the bridge are reserved matters, and while the length of the bridge is 100 metres, the height has not been published, and thus its level of intrusion in the landscape cannot be seen. And I think the committee should insist these details are published before any kind of permission is given. I'll move on to the other, more briefly onto the other points. In terms of highways, this is the site that will create the most traffic, turning off and onto the A361. I would argue that in the absence of bespoke modelling, the potential volume of traffic creates an unacceptable risk. I mean, the highways officer may want to come back to me on this, but I think the modelling was done on a standard template. But you need to take into account here the fact that I'd have thought very few children would walk or cycle to school, given the distances involved. A lot of people will take their cars to work, and therefore the volume of traffic might be much greater than the standard model would apply. The other point on access was the one that was raised by Councillor Threlfall, and I wanted to come back to, which is to ask you about the nature of the road. And perhaps when I finish my comments, you could say that. My understanding is it's a single carriageway road with passing places, a bit like you might get in Devon, or I've experienced on the Isle of Mull this summer. And that's, but at 8 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the evening, there's 180 houses worth of traffic coming down a single carriageway road and looking for passing places. I think it may then possibly extend dual carriageway over the bridge, but I'm not entirely sure about that. If it's single carriageway over the bridge, that would seem an additional hazard. The other points, the lack of school places continues to apply. It applies in spades here. Nearly £2 million is being paid for theoretical school places that don't actually exist, because 180 houses is going to be quite a lot of kids. Fourth, the still applicable, this is a different one, West Wiltshire Leisure and Recreation Development Plan document from 2009, but still applicable because it was saved in the 2015 plan, contains a policy called CR1 that says public rights-of-way network will be protected from development. Well, with one right-of-way being bisected by an access road and the other being built over, although I accept you can talk about a green corridor possibly, but the green corridor it's a pretty notional footpath when it goes all the way through the estate. That's questionable. Fifth, the points about loss of landscape features also apply at the greatest scale here, with the hedgerows and the green space being particularly affected. And, you know, it's been pointed out to me that the hedgerows that are being built to accommodate the bat mitigation strategy, again, are described as being up to 20 metres wide, up to 15 metres wide, up to 15 metres wide in another place. And as somebody said, if it's up to, well, it could be 1, it could be 2. We need it to be 15, you know, unequivocally. Sixth, finally, this is the site where the provision about the amenities of existing occupants, I think, matters most. There have been more than 500 objections and signatures. It's a place that people have walked, run, played, enjoyed the open air for generations. There's real sadness over this. One comment that stuck in my mind was someone who said these were the fields where they grew up and where their children are playing, and they want them to carry on enjoying. To return to where I started, that comment, the hundreds of others of similar comments, count because of CP 57, the one cited by the inspector, and I urge them to make you count in this case and vote to save these fields. So I'm recommending refusal or deferment pending the archaeological evaluation on the basis of MPPF framework section 194, recommending refusal on basis of CP 58 about conflict with that development should protect the historic environment, conflict with MPPF section 2001 that says where unless a development leads to substantial public benefits, it should be refused because of substantial harm to a heritage asset, conflict with core policy 29 on schools, conflict with core policy 60 on sustainable transport, conflict with core policy 51 on the failure to conserve features such as important views, immunity and tranquility, and above all, conflict with core policy 57 that upholds the immunity of existing occupants which would be severely damaged by this application. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Well put. Well, I'm going to invite Rory, if he wants to come back on anything that's been suggested before we go to a debate. And then I'm going to come to you, Rob, if I may.
Just a few points, really. I mean, although this is an outline application, the notion that nothing is fixed is incorrect. We've seen that there are a series of parameter plans which do in fact fix areas of development, areas where there is green space, attenuation, etc. So these plans, if approved, would limit the areas where there is going to be ground disturbance works. So that probably relates back to the archaeology point. And in relation to the archaeology, all that we can really say is that we're not seeking to impose some sort of Grampian condition here. It's a case of, if there is an issue, no permission would be given on it. So that's this kind of safeguarding in that respect. In terms of the land itself and the designations and amenity, etc., it should be noted that this is private land. It's not informal recreation land. There are public rights of way that traverse the site, but as stated previously, people are only supposed to be walking along the legal line and definitive width of those public ways. And if you stray off the public right of way, you are in effect trespassing. So it's not, so from our perspective, this is private agricultural land, and that's how we've assessed it. In terms of heritage impacts, the critical one is that Historic England didn't object to the allocation, and when the site went through as an allocation, it was of the understanding that the access was going to be off the Froome Road. I think that various reasons, access elsewhere had been discounted, which is set out in the report. But I suppose what the committee are being asked to decide here is to whether they agree with the officers that the indicative information provided demonstrates that in principle, a low-key design could come forward at reserve matter stage without compromising the heritage asset, or whether the indicative information provided doesn't provide that level of detail. We, as officers, believe that the detailed elements aren't required at this stage. They will be scrutinised at reserve matter stage, but we feel confident that at this stage, based on the level of information that's been provided, to give indicative ideas of how the road would look and the route it would take and the features that it would contain is sufficient to enable the principle of that road to be established today. And then at reserve matter stage, with the assurance and knowledge that Historic England, the conservation team, the landscape team, the ecologists, the drainage, the Environment Agency would all be consulted on the detailed aspects of that bridge design and would reach, we would reach a conclusion on that at that stage.
But it wouldn't come back to strategic planning at that point, would it?
The reserve matters application, it could be called to a committee, but I'm of the understanding that reserve matters applications would end up by an area committee. But in terms of the sort of level of harm, because we are talking purely about setting issues, it's very rare that you would reach the conclusion that substantial harm when it relates to setting issues is the level of harm that it amounts to. It's normally less substantial harm when it comes to setting issues. And to clarify on the road, it's 4.8 metres with passing bays, but where it crosses the bridge, I believe it's 5.5 metres in width. So there are sections of it that are dual, that are 2 lanes, and sections of it that are single carriageway. But I'm sure my colleague Rob might be able to furnish more facts on that. And that's really all I had to come back on. The rest of it's all, comments are all contained in the officer report.
Thank you, Rory, appreciate that. So over to you, Rob, if you would.
Yeah, okay, so if I pick up on the width of the access road, first of all, so Rory is correct, it is at 4.8 metres wide. As I stated earlier, we would have typically used to have sought 5.5 metres wide, which since Design Bulletin 32 came out in 1977, that's enough for a car to pass a large truck at 30 mile an hour. Now we're seeking 4.8 metres, which is narrower, which fits more within the heritage environment and the ecological environment, and that is still sufficient for a car to pass a truck, such as a refuse vehicle, at a relative speed, say 10 to 15 miles per hour. We are putting in passing bays because, like all domestic sites, they are subject to all manner of deliveries, and we cannot guarantee that two large vehicles will not pass each other. Two large vehicles can pass at 5.5 metres wide on the passing bays, but at a very, very slow speed. Picking up on some of the other issues, so in terms of the traffic impact, yes, this is indeed the largest of the three sites. There's no getting away from that. I'm also not going to sit here, having taken members out to site on Monday, and say that Froome Road is quiet, and I'm not going to say that it doesn't have a lot of HGVs. It is quite a fast road. It is a busy road. It's a major arterial road into Trowbridge. So I cannot say that it's a nice environment to walk along, not nice environment to cross. It isn't. The bottom line, though, that all the modelling and all the geometric parameters which are required for safe access have been met, and have been met for all three sites. When we look at the capacity analysis of the main site access junction, coming back to a point I made earlier where I suggested that the target is 85% of capacity, the modelling for the junction takes on board all the traffic flows of the main Froome Road carriageway and all the minor road access. And the capacity is at 27%. So it illustrates that there is a vast amount of spare capacity in the junction. So that is illustrating that actually these developments coming forward are not a major issue for Froome Road itself. In terms of walking and cycling, yes, we would like all sites to be much closer and more accessible to schools, employment areas, shopping facilities. Of course we would. That was considered and established through the allocation of the site in terms of the sustainability of the site. Coming on to the distances travelled to schools, which, let's face it, they will be in the town centre. 5 miles is typically the uppermost distance for a normal cycling distance. When you consider routes to school, the DfE's own guidance in home to school travel dictates that children up to the age of 8 will be obligated to walk up to 2 miles before they're granted school transit. And children over the age of 8, it goes up to 3 miles. And the only caveat to that is that those routes have to be considered safe and convenient. Now, with regards to this site, all those routes, rather than walking along the access road to Froome Road, they will be accessing into the existing estate to the north of the site, and they will permeate through to the schools from those points there. That is the transport planning intention for the site. Now, granted, whether that happens will be the proof in the pudding, but we can only aim in our design preferences now. Chair, does that address most of your points?
Yep, thank you. Appreciate that.
Excuse me, Chairman,
Yes,
can I
Tony?
just have something clarified as Highways officer is here? The linear shape and size of road up to the point of the possible bridge or viaduct or whatever it's going to be is already being passed through the previous application to access the item 2.5. Is that correct?
No.
No.
Right.
No. So what you can see in the far top left-hand corner is site H2.5. So it's a further field away.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the clarification because I thought if that had actually been used to actually access the other one, we could have put that as an example that we had accepted it. Okay.
So I want to move to debate now. I want to propose we refuse this application. I fully appreciate the level of work that the officers have put in on this, and I fully recognise too that it's in the WhatsApp, so it has been allocated site. I was somewhat mischievous earlier in asking our highways officer whether this, if he had a wish list, whether this would be the access he would want, and Andrew was quite correct. I was glad he was probably just as well. He was on the ball with that. But I'm not happy with the access. I'm not happy with the impact on Froome Road. I think the access is too small. And there's a number of issues that I'm considering here. We were told in the opening remarks this morning that the trajectory for allocation for this site was about 180 houses. We've been looking at 285 today. Well, actually, we've already approved 100, so we've only got 105 actually, so we've only got 75 left to go if you want to look at it in those mathematical terms. And the reason that I asked the question earlier was that I wondered if the access could be better placed elsewhere for a fewer number of houses. Well, that question isn't going to be answered, but obviously that has to run at the back of my mind. I'm certainly very concerned about the level of impact on the highways, and I recognise that our highways officers, and I do thank Rob for coming along, because it's not nice to come along and have you put your your head in the noose. And highways officers rarely do come along, but Rob has today, and I do thank him for that. And they work to certain parameters. They work to their training, their professionalism is centred around that. So I understand where he's coming from, but we still have to live with the result of that, beyond the parameters and beyond the metrics that we have to work with. So I have my real concerns about that. I have my concerns about the number of issues that are reserved matters. I would much rather there were things that are much firmer, much tighter before we approve them. I don't like as much being put to reserve matters and being given, dare I say, as fine as our officers are, and I'd be the first to say that, despite the fact we disagree, I don't like putting so much back in the hands of the officers under reserved matters, running the risk that it won't come back to this committee, a committee of, after all, democratically elected members that have to agree or disagree this application. And then, of course, I can't help but be concerned about the archaeological impact. Now, I do have a great deal of respect for the chair of West Wilts CPRE, who I spoke to yesterday. I know he comes well versed with these things. And I suspect he was using slightly colourful language to try and express what he was trying to say. But when he says that the archaeological significance of the Roman villas here may be as big for Trowbridge as the Roman baths are for Bath, you can't ignore that. You can't ignore that parallel. The fact that there may be trench dug just over 4% of this, I think, is woefully inadequate, particularly given what we've already been told about the 3 sites. I think it was Graham mentioned that earlier, the possibilities. And I think we need to have a definitive answer to that before this can ever be approved on that ground alone. And David, of course, is, along with his very excellent representation today, has made that point too. So I'm going to propose that we refuse this. I think it fails CP1, thank you. I think it fails CP1, CP2. I think it fails CP 57 and 58. I think it actually fails 51 and 61 and 64. And I would actually ask for some of the David, because he's put a lot of work in this, and there are at least 2 MPPF issues there that David raised that I'd like to put in this as well, if that was felt acceptable. I do have a seconder, so I'm going to open it up to debate on that now. Perhaps, David, you could get your MPPFs and so on lined up, and I'll come back to you if this is going to be carried. Pip, to you, please.
Thank you. I'm happy to second this and glad that you've specified the reasons, because I was wondering how many of them I could give if I proposed refusal. I am very concerned that we may be giving outline planning permission for this when there appear to be so many questions or concerns, lack of information, confusing information, and just overall, I, as a very ordinary citizen, cannot see a clear picture of this site and how it will work.
No.
And I would not wish to give the risk of outline planning permission.
No.
Thank you,
Pip.
Chair.
I absolutely agree with that. Adrian, you put your hand up.
Yes, when we were visiting the site, and I brought this subject up because this was outline planning permission, it was suggested at the time that this would be coming back to this committee for full planning. And I would be more inclined to support the application if that was the case and we had all these details that we are missing at the present moment clarified. And with so many things outstanding at the moment, that is a big concern. But I am concerned about your comments, Councillor Greenman, about the number of houses and the effect on the 5-year housing plan, because I thought from the comments that were made either today or previously that because these are already allocated sites, they're already in the equation. And regardless of whether we accept or decline them, they stay within the equation. And so therefore, whatever we decide today has no impact on the 5-year land supply at all.
Oh, yes, okay, yeah.
I think I just need to respond to a couple of things. Firstly, on that point, they stay in the equation because they are allocated sites, and that's why they feature in the housing land supply statement. In the event of the application being refused, what would happen, of course, is that the anticipated delivery in the housing land supply statement would change. They would shift. Now, because they are right at the ends of the trajectory at this time, that shift will likely push them outside the 5-year period. So in every likelihood, they will not count until such time an application comes in again and the process runs its course. So I hope that answers your question. They will affect the 5, yeah. Oh, and the other point, and I've got to be careful because of committee protocols and such like, your reasons for refusal in the motion will need a little bit more meat. But my specific concern is CP1 and CP2, and that's because these are allocated sites, and CP1 and CP2 are all about the strategy and about the delivery, and these sites are already allocated in the strategy. So refusing on the basis they're contrary to CP1 and CP2, I think would be very, very difficult.
Sorry, Howard, I hadn't quite finished, if that's okay.
All right, okay. I'll come to you next, Christopher.
Could the officers therefore clarify, would we be in a better position to suggest that we defer any decision on this until we have the answers to a specific list of questions, and it being a full application, rather than decline the outline application and cause us possibly a cost involved in an appeal, and therefore work on greater...
That would require another motion, of course. We haven't voted on this one yet. I can ask the question, but that's not my direction of travel as it stands at the moment.
Again, we have protocols, and there is the motion on the table. The answer to the question is, officers could take it back and ask for additional detail to be provided. And I suppose in that regard, the committee needs to ask itself, is it fundamental, their objection to this, and our seeking additional information, seeking additional detail from the applicants? Will that be sufficient in the committee's mind to address the objections? Listening to the debate, I think the answer to that is possibly yes, because it's the lack of information to do with archaeology, the lack of information to do with the detailed design of the access road, that's preventing the committee from being able to do that balancing test that the MPPF requires of harm to an asset versus public benefit. Because I think, as I understand it, the committee isn't 100% clear of what the level of harm is. I think there's acceptance that the harm is less than substantial at a high end, at the more substantial end of that spectrum. But you need, as I understand it, more information to be able to actually say, well, you understand there's public benefit, but how does that sit with that less than substantial harm?
Yes, it is somewhat woolly as it stands at the moment.
Thank you for that clarification. The reason I brought that up, and contrary to the comments being made at the background when I was speaking just now, is I'm conscious that we have had applications submitted a second and a third time, and the developer keeps coming back. And so if we decline it, it's likely to come back anyway, and therefore which was the best route for us to go forward was the way I was
Yes, I
looking
understand where you're coming from. I don't like deferrals, that has happened, but Christopher, Councillor Newbury.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, part of my input has been short-circuited because I was going to ask for some senior officer input on the reasons for refusal. I'm not sure that we quite got a resolution. I mean, you've moved a refusal on about 5
Yes, I have.
reasons.
Yeah.
Andrew Guest was casting some doubts on 2 of those. I think we might need to do a little bit more work on fine-tuning what we are going to vote on reasons for refusal. But I was going to broadly agree with Adrian Foster. I know when he said he would rather defer this than refuse it, that there was a groan went up, and clearly the objectors thought that that would be doing them down. But I'm very sympathetic to the objectors. I would want us to get a better outcome than is recommended by the officers in the report. But what is worrying me is that if we refuse this on the hoof, if we rush into refusing it on reasons that we haven't teased out thoroughly, that we will almost inevitably not see a new, better application. We will see the applicants going off to appeal with the officer's report in their hands saying that this deserves approval on the following basis. And I'm kind of wondering how much room, if that happens, I'm kind of wondering how much room there will be for the improvements that we're hoping for, in particular, the archaeological work. I mean, if we refuse this today for the reasons that you've given, Chairman, perhaps 1 or 2 of them, not necessarily, but if we refuse it, do we not think that this will simply go off to appeal? There won't be any further work on site. There won't be any further revised plans because the applicants will feel, well, we have a strong case to get this from a planning inspector. So I don't see that this is going to trigger the extra information that we're wanting. I'm sort of speaking. I think what I'm saying is that although I'm sympathetic to the refusal, I'm more likely to vote against the refusal so that we could then consider deferring it on the basis that Councillor Foster was suggesting.
Thank you, Christopher. We appreciate that. Tony.
Yes, I'm struggling as well with some of the core policies. Obviously, core policy 57 covers a wide-ranging issues, but core policy 58, which is the historic environment and the impact possibly on listed buildings, could be a problem. And it is based, I think our thoughts are based on what a full application would bring us, and it's the bridge across, the viaduct or the bridge across at a height and a level that may have an impact on Southwick Farm is the major problem. There is a flooding issue also we've got to deal with, which I'm not sure whether or not that has actually been dealt with properly, but it has been told to me, and we do know that in walking the field. There is a flooding issue down on the meadowland, which we must also have more information on. So I am probably minded to accept a deferring of this particular thing to get more information back. It is a significant thing. It's an allocated site, and this is where we're rather stuck with the combination of all 3 together, which will have an impact on the Froome Road as well. But if we were to place, proper mitigation issues to have safe pedestrian crossing across the road, with a bit more issue on that, the site of the bridge or whatever is going to be put there, the height and the significance of that, and to make sure the drainage and the flooding is right, we may well have accepted this, but just at the moment, I'm finding it difficult also to respond to a refusal. I'd just like to see much more information. I know it's going to give our officer time to do so, and the public behind us may not like that, but we have to deal with it in a proper way, because I can't see that too many of the core policies would stand up and appeal.
That's a very close run thing, isn't it? I can't decide which way it would go either. But I don't like the access. It's as simple as that. I don't like the impact on Southwick Farm or Beth.
Yes, rather as Tony has said, I mean, our problem is it's a problematic site for a number of reasons, but the access is clearly the real issue here from the point of view of the historic building and the effect on the archaeology and the effect on the road. I mean, if there was any way of changing the access, and perhaps when it was granted permission in the WhatsApp, they didn't conceive of that issue, having seen a lane coming down to it on the eastern end. But I think it is very difficult to go ahead with it. And I think that probably deferral is what I'd be inclined to do.
Sorry, Seb.
Yes, I have great sympathy with deferral as well, and I thought Councillor Newbury put it quite well. But also, concerning the archaeology, Councillor Vigar gave us quite a long list, which I don't think the officers have disputed, of attempts and requests for archaeological, digs. And, I think it's quite condemning, really, that no one's taken them up on it, be it Wiltshire Council or the developer, and I think that that did it for me.
Thank you, Carol. James.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I don't like this application. I'm with you on this. I'm really keen to actually reject it. I don't like the access. I don't like the impact on a Grade 2 amazing property, which has stood on its own since the 15th century. And I really feel that the whole development crowds it. On the sort of northeast side, it's really quite close to that house. And I really dislike the whole application. And the more we've talked about it, the less I like it. I think it really does do that area no favours at all. So I will definitely vote against it.
David, I was going to come to you and ask for the MPPFs that you gave.
So in answer to your specific question, the archaeological clause in the MPPF is 194, the one that says that a local authority should require an evaluation if there's potential archaeological merit. The other one was 201, section 201, which says that where a development will lead to substantial harm to a heritage asset, council should refuse consent unless the harm is outweighed by the benefits. I think Councillor Trotman also mentioned CP 58, which is Wiltshire's own policy on the historic environment. I think in terms of your access, if you could cite CP 60 on sustainable, safe and efficient movement of people and goods, and I think you mentioned CP 51.
I did, yeah. So Andrew, can I come back to you now? Because whilst accepting what you said about CP1 and CP2, and
sorry, can I just add, CP2 was cited by the Wayne Homes inspector, so I'm guessing that CP2 can still be invoked, even although the WhatsApp process has passed, if it's felt that something is infringing that balance that CP2 talks about.
Yeah, I thought that, yeah.
I've already discussed CP1, CP2, and my concerns with those because they relate to the principle of the settlement strategy and the delivery strategy. And I don't think those are actually the concerns. Well, if they are the concerns, then you would be refusing planning permission in principle for residential development on a site which is allocated for residential development. So that's my concern with CP1 and CP2. CP7, 57, beg your pardon, is development control criteria policy, and it has criteria which must be complied with, including matters such as access, impact on heritage assets, impact on landscape. So that's the correct policy. CP 58 is specifically about heritage. That is the correct policy. CP 51 is about landscape impact, Is this about landscape, or is it about the impact on the setting of a listed building, or are they interrelated? And I would ask the committee to think about that if they're going to bring CP 51 into it. CP 60, 61 and 64 all relate to highways, highway safety primarily. So is this a highway safety issue, or is it more of a design issue? So I would ask the committee to consider that before introducing that, because there are no highway safety objections to this application. I might just turn to Rob just to see whether he wants to add anything on those policy.
Well, I think there's been a number of members who have raised concern about the lack or indeed design of pedestrian crossing. So I think certainly members need to be aware of the lack of consideration in the design for the accommodation of walking and cycling routes between bus stops and between the housing development site in Froome Road and into Trowbridge Town Centre. There's probably a few more we can tackle.
Of course, lighting was mentioned, the lack of lighting and...
Yep, there is that as well. So there is a whole safety issue in terms of walking and cycling accessibility associated with the site and access to school in the town centre.
Thank you. So safety could be, yeah. And what about the MPPS that have been quoted, Andrew?
Those paragraphs are all relevant to the, because they're very specifically to do with the heritage issues. So those are relevant.
So they are relevant.
In the context of CP 57 and CP 58.
Right, thank you. I don't want to be worried about what's going to happen at appeal, because that's not what we're here for. It's a democratic process, and I think we need to go ahead with this. Personally, I think it's strong enough and tight enough with what we have to defend it in appeal. I absolutely accept the arguments given by Christopher and Tony and Adrian. I don't know that deferral is going to help too much. I don't think they're going to come. I don't think there's any way you can come back with enough, even if we defer it, to make it any more palatable in 2 months' time than it is today.
Can I ask a question then, Chair? Being relatively new to the whole experience of and not experienced an appeal, if it went to appeal, and we put all the reasons why we didn't wish the application to go ahead, does the inspector take those into consideration, and then when, if he does then award the applicant permission to build, does he build in conditions to meet some of our aspirations, or does it go ahead as it stands at present?
It would go ahead as it stands, I guess. Yeah, I mean, he's just going to look at what's on the table. There won't be anything
So
added to
Councillor
that.
Newbury's comments are very pertinent then.
Surely you can put in recommended conditions, can't you, to an appeal?
Yes, the council would be invited to give its recommended conditions in the event the application is allowed. Those are generally agreed through our statement of common ground with the appellants, and they are then scrutinised on a particular time during the appeal. The inspector would ask questions of both parties about those conditions, and the inspector is of course free to agree those conditions, disagree those, or indeed add his own conditions in addition to the ones suggested by both parties.
I suppose those, sorry, can I to speak again? Those would be ones that you put in rather than ones that the committee had put in.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Well, I'm going to go to a vote. We're going to test this. So I have proposed that we refuse this. Have we got a... So CP1 and CP2 are out of this. We've got 57. Has somebody written these down as we've gone along?
Yeah, I've got CP 57, CP 58. You need to consider whether you want to include CP 51, that's about landscape. 60 and 61 were highways, which Rob said was okay.
Yep.
And then if the MPPF 194 and 201.
201. Yeah. So we're all comfortable with what has been proposed, at least. Stuart?
Yeah, Chair, I think it was also the point that was made by Andrew is actually linking the harm and the setting.
Yes.
So I think it's that further point, which I think I've heard from your discussions, which certainly was in members' mind as well.
Which would be core policy 58, wrapping up the...
Yes, that's 58. I thought I mentioned that. Yeah. Well, personally, I think these are strong enough and I think they're defendable. So I'm going to go to a vote now. All those in favour of my proposal to refuse? Yeah. And so, against? Abstention? 2 abstentions. So it has been refused. That was...
Chairman, I think we need to talk about who will defend it. I mean, will we expect officers to defend the refusal, or will we ask them to hire a consultant to defend it, or will we appoint members of the committee?
I think the officers ought to, and I think perhaps we should as well.
Sorry? Well, I mean, this is, normally when we have an overturn like this, we do have to give some thought to who will represent Wiltshire Council at the hearing.
Very valid point.
Could we possibly hear from
Yes, yeah, well, we'll have
Andrew Guest on that?
We'll have a break for 10.
I mean, it might be helpful before we all go home to identify someone who will go along and explain the committee's reasoning.
We'll have a break now. I'll ask Andrew when we come back.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
10-minute recess.
Yes, I was drowned out by the time I said that.
Okay, just to let everyone know, there's a 10-minute recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Sorry, Adrian.
That's fine, Eddie. Okay, yeah. So if you didn't pick it up, it's a 10-minute recess.
No, well, yes, no appeal.
Right, gentlefolk, I'm very anxious that we get on with the next case today, please. If we're going to take our seats, and those of you who don't have an interest, if you could kindly leave. To the committee members, I do apologise. I did promise you this morning that we wouldn't be as late as we were yesterday, but we're heading that way. Before we go into this next case, Andrew, if this went to appeal, who would be representing us?
The one that's just been refused.
Yeah.
The conservation officer would be involved with that, of course, because he actually raised objection in any event, expressed that it was less than substantial harm. So we would rely on the conservation officer to deal with that. The archaeologists would deal with the lack of information and the lack of trial trenching at this stage. Landscape is tricky because the landscape officer supported the application, so that would have to be in the context of the road, I think, and the impact on the setting of the list of the heritage assets again. And then I think we would bring Rob in to deal with the highways issues to do around. I think he talked about permeability and ease of access, ease of road crossing. So there would be officers, likely internal officers, to deal with it.
Yeah. Right, thank you for that. So we now go on to the last item on the agenda, and I can't help but express my surprise. I'm somewhat bemused that 18 houses have come to strategic planning. I guess there's a good reason for that, which hopefully we'll find out in due course. Thank you, Gemma, for sticking with us for the day. I'll hand over to you then for this case, please.
This is a full application for 18 dwellings. It's come to strategic because it's a departure to the local plan, because it's located outside the limits of development of the large village of Semington, and is therefore considered as a windfall site. Just before I go into the presentation, we had a late representation which has been handed out to the councillors from Francis Morland. I can summarise the late objection. So in summary, disagrees that Wiltshire cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply and questions how Wiltshire calculates the housing land supply, especially with regards to windfall developments and the proposed removal of buffers. The late objection also questions whether the next housing land supply state also questions whether when the next housing land supply statement will be published. Unfortunately, someone from Spatial couldn't come today, but they have provided me with a response, which is just a paragraph, so I'll read it in full. It says, the MPPF allows for an inclusion of a windfall allowance within its anticipated housing land supply, subject to matters that are set out in the MPPF paragraph 71. The council includes such an allowance within its 5-year housing land supply and supply over the medium and long term. The council review the factors that affect delivery from windfall sites as part of its annual review of housing land supply. Such factors, including the approach set out in a development strategy and historic delivery, will vary between authorities. As such, the method for calculating future windfall from one authority, such as that for the Cotswold District Council, as quoted by Mr. Morland, is not necessarily directly transferable to that for Wiltshire. Any revisions to the windfall allowance within the housing land supply position will be documented in updates to the Council's annual housing land supply statement. And the MPPF consultation proposes to remove the buffers from the 5-year requirement. However, this is still undergoing consultation and has no relevance at the moment. And I think, as Andrew stated earlier, the updated housing land supply position for Wiltshire is being progressed, and a date is being put forward as April as the upcoming statement. If I go back to the presentation, so it's just to the south of Semington. You can see the A362 that runs to the south. So this shows the limits of development in red, The site allocation or the site proposal is in blue, and the area immediately north of the blue rectangle is currently under construction for 24 houses. And this is the layout that's been approved for the 24 to the north. So you can see 24 dwellings and allotments. This is the layout of the proposed development. The site is located within walking distance, the bus stops, the village centre and the primary school, and the density is approximately 22 dwellings per hectare. The site is made up of 0.8 hectares of agricultural land and is located to the southwest of Semington. It's located in flood zone 1, which is the least likely to flood, and has a sustainable urban drainage system located to the east, which has been considered appropriate by the drainage officers here at the council. We have 13 units as open market, which include 2 3-bed bungalows, 6 3-beds and 5 4-beds. And we have 5 affordable housing units, which include a 1 2-bed accessible unit, 2 2-beds and 2 3-beds. So of those 5, 3 units are to be affordable rented, and 2 units are to be shared ownership. Here we have a typical street scene of the site. The next slides go into the housing elevations. So the development has a very similar design and materials to those approved in the north, with the only difference being that these proposed 18 are to be carbon neutral and will include insulation, solar panels, air source heat pumps, and electric car charging points per unit. 3 beds, 2 beds. As you can see, solar panels on all the roofs. These are the proposed materials, which are the same as those that have been approved to the north of the site. And here are the dwellings that have been constructed to the north of the site, so you can see what the proposed new dwellings will look like. This photo is taken on the corner of Turnpike and the A362. You can see in the distance the existing residential and an existing hedge. That existing hedge will remain and the development will not come forward with that existing hedge. Again, just on this picture, you can see to the left of the trees is the dwellings currently under construction. As you can see from the site location plan, there's still going to be an area of green space between the proposed development and the A362. The existing built development is on 3 sides. So we've got the development under construction to the north and then to the east and west. So officers consider that it makes an appropriate windfall site. Because it's located outside the limits of development, but due to the lack of 5-year housing land supply, with no statutory consultee objections and no demonstrable adverse impacts, officers are recommending approval, subject to conditions under Section 106, which includes 30% affordable housing, refuse provision, and a contribution to improvements to the local public rights of way.
Thank you for that, Gemma. Appreciate that. Technical questions, please. Carol, I'm glad somebody put their hand up. That's looking.
This is Newland Homes who did the middle Trowbridge application, isn't it? Same one, yeah. So this is the same standard. It's supposed to be 0 carbon, isn't it? Yeah. Is there a body that verifies the standard was achieved, or is it just signed off by Wiltshire Council Building Control?
The carbon neutral, I think Rory explained earlier, it goes beyond what is expected at Wiltshire Council, so that we're not able to control it, but it is something that Newland Homes are doing throughout Wiltshire.
Okay, so we don't particularly need then to have a specific condition about non-occupation until the standard is met or anything like that? No.
No, that's correct.
Councillor Thorpe.
Yes, I just wanted to ask about the sort of whole business, I think, awful phrase is salami slicing, of putting in a smaller application and then suddenly thinking, oh, let's do a bit further. Does it benefit, apart from probably making it more likely that the application is accepted and then, it's already halfway there and the second goes through? Is there any benefit to the developer in terms of less contributions, or are all the contributions they have to make rounded up? I mean, for instance, the 5 houses that actually should be 5.4 houses, if you sort of, have they managed to save themselves a house by rounding down on 2 slices and the affordable houses and things? Do you see my, sorry, I'm probably being very incoherent.
I understand where you're coming from. No, they're not of benefit with regards to the 2 sites that I'm aware of. So each site has to obviously stack up to the 30% affordable housing, which is what they've done. Yeah.
Any more questions? No? In which case then, I'd like to go to our first speaker. You've been waiting patiently, Francis. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Francis Morland. Firstly, I like the chairman, I couldn't really understand why an application for 18 dwellings had come to the Strategic Planning Committee rather than to the relevant area planning committee. I leave that hanging. I seek to persuade you to defer a decision on this planning application until you have further information about the planning policy position. I gather that my email sent last Saturday has been circulated to committee members, so I can skip over some of the arithmetic in that. The officer's recommendation to permit is not in accordance with the development plan, and that's solely because the tilted balance in paragraph 11 of the MPPF is said to override the Wiltshire Core strategy, which is deemed to be out of date by reason of the lack of a 5-year housing land supply. Now, I disagree with that, as you see in my email. In my opinion, Wiltshire Council can demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, but for reasons it declines to explain, it chooses not to do so. If you in my email, you see that I made these arguments at the Drynham Lane Trowbridge planning inquiry last September, and I'll read you one of the paragraphs from the inspector's appeal decision. Mr. Morland observed that the council's method of calculating the 5-year housing land supply does not take account of greenfield windfalls, which he said has made a material contribution to housing completions in the district. The council only includes an assumption based on windfalls on brownfield or previously developed sites. As noted at paragraph 2A of Appendix 5 to the supply statement, that's Wiltshire's, the framework definition of windfall sites no longer indicates that these normally comprise previously developed sites. There's more to the section than that, but I'll leave it at that bit there. As you see, I've computed Wiltshire's current 5-year housing land supply figure as 5.16 years, based on a comparison, based on the methodology, which, as far as I can see, and the rates used by Cotswold District Council. And that compares to the published figure of 4.72 years. And the difference is crucial in that if you're over 5 years, the tilted balance doesn't apply. And if you're under 5 years, the tilted balance does apply. Hence, in my opinion, paragraph 11 of the MPPF does not override the Wiltshire Core strategy, and the committee ought not to follow the officer's recommendation to permit. As you see, I also draw attention to the effect that the government's proposal to remove the buffer from the 5-year housing land supply requirement will have, viz that alone it will increase the published figure of 4.72 years to 4.95 years. Now, I'd also say, if you looked at that consultation, that the government is proposing to introduce that next month. So the statement from spatial planning that is all in the future and it doesn't affect this committee is simply wrong. If you defer, then it may well be that when it comes back to you, the whole calculation will have changed anyways, not because of anything I've said, but because of the government consultation. So my view is that deferral is far and away the best approach that you can adopt. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Francis. Did you want to respond to that? I suspect you might want to as well, Andrew. But go to you first, Gemma.
I think with regards to the 5-year housing land statement, our existing housing land supply statement demonstrates 4.7 years. And until a new housing land supply statement has been published, we have to go and base our decisions on the published documents.
Yep.
That's quite correct, what Gemma has just said about that particular issue. Why is this at Strategic Planning Committee? Well, it's the same or linked reason, really. The proposal is contrary to the Wiltshire Core Strategy. It proposes houses. We do not have a 5-year land supply at this time, and that is a strategic issue for the Strategic Planning Committee. On government policy, Gemma's touched on this as well already. At the end of the day, we don't know when the government will change its policy. We don't know how the government will change its policy. We are where we are, and this application is ready for determination now.
Thank you for that, Andrew. Appreciate that. Francis, I fully understand where you're coming from with this. I wrote to Michael Gove on exactly this issue, as some people will know. And I suspect your figure may well be right, but unfortunately it's not a published figure, so it's not the one we can use. And so as firm, as strong, as substantive as we think it has to be a published figure before we can use that as our instrument. So the 4.72 is still the figure that we're using. But thank you for raising the point. Chris Beaver, please. Thank you. I'll take the mic up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just.
Well, hang on just a minute. Is it turned on? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's all right. Lights running up and down the chamber.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Before I go on to my pre-prepared speech, I'll just endorse what the officers have said in relation to the 5-year housing land supply position, and that I'm aware of quite a number of other appeals where it's been common grounds between the council and appellants on the 5-year land supply. So I'm hoping that members will be able to take their officer advice on that one. One of the other points raised by the councillors was about a suggestion that the site might have been contrived sequentially. I just put on the record that Newland Homes purchased the site that's under construction to the north. A previous developer obtained that outline. They got reserve matters, and then they've now applied for this full application on this additional bit of land. So there's no contrivance around that, just to set the record straight. So going back to my pre-prepared speech, I think Gemma's sort of stolen a lot of my thunder, but just to sort of reiterate some of the sort of key points. So as we've heard, the site itself is adjacent to the 24-unit scheme to the north, which is under construction. And I'd just like to add that scheme's proved very popular with house purchasers because of all the energy efficiency and solar panels and so forth, especially in the energy crisis. And Newland Homes are committed to doing the same standard on this site. And I think it's particularly important under this energy crisis that house purchasers are given a choice to sort of buy these low carbon homes. We've heard it mentioned that the site is very well located. It's in a large village. It's got good access to the A350 and the A361. And there's quite a few village amenities in Semington, and Semington itself is close to Melksham and Trowbridge, so it's actually a pretty good accessible site. So we've talked about the housing land supply, and we agree with officers that the MPPF is engaged. And the benefit of this site, if it's given permission, is that the 18 new houses, because they're already on site, it'll be early delivery of additional homes while your new local plan is in preparation. And then once you've got there, hopefully you'll be able to have more allocated sites coming forward. So in terms of the assessment of the site itself, I mean, we assert, and I think that the landscape officers and technical consultees agree that in wider landscape terms, the site should really be perceived as a fairly natural rounding off because it's got development on either side and to the north. And as Gemma's photograph showed, quite a substantial hedgerow to the south. So it's not really a major sort of encroachment into countryside as such, certainly in landscape terms. Just a quick summary of the benefits of the scheme. So there would be delivered 13 open market homes. This includes bungalows and semi-detached homes and 5 affordable homes. We've heard about Newland Homes' commitment to zero carbon homes and how this is proving popular with purchasers on the northern part of the site. There's also on-site biodiversity net gain, which is delivered wholly on-site, and that's including wildflower meadows, retained and enhanced hedgerows, bird and bat boxes, swift boxes, and a whole panoply of other sort of benefits that will go into the scheme. It's also relevant to note that this scheme will generate construction phase expenditure, local employment and supply chain sort of benefits, and also SIL and Section 106 benefits as well. So I hope that the committee can take a pragmatic decision and allow this scheme to come forward, and it will help sort of top up your housing land supply, albeit in a modest way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. And to Dr. William Scott, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Before I begin, can I note an error in the officer's report to you? Section 9.9 says that Semington has a shop. Sadly, that the shop closed 20 years ago. If Wiltshire Council thinks we still have a shop, could I ask that central records be changed? Ours is not a village where you can just walk down the road for that extra pint of milk. In Semington, all such journeys involve a car. And in villages like Semington, more houses always mean more car journeys. That's to say, I speak on behalf of the parish council, I should have said. We oppose this application principally because it's in conflict with core policies 1 and 2, and also because, despite what the developer says in the paperwork, there was no formal pre-application consultation with the parish council. The land is outside the settlement boundary. There's no need for more houses in the village, as a lot have been built since 2016. And we submit to you that further housing development in Semington can't reasonably be described as sustainable. Semington's baseline indicative housing requirement up to 2036 is 35. However, since 2016, there have been 53 planning permissions which have been and 36% of those have been affordable. This is 18 more than the baseline. If you allow these extra 18, we will be 100% over the baseline, and it's only 2023. And we submit to you that this does seem unreasonable for what in planning terms is only a large village. Even before you note that a further 30 houses are also proposed in the village, and no doubt you'll be hearing about those shortly. But Semington is not a NIMBY parish. We've supported 4 out of 5 successful planning applications since 2016 and 6 out of 7 since 2006. The one we didn't want was also strongly opposed by your officers, but was forced on us all by the planning inspectorate. The 24 houses now being built in the village, which you've just been hearing about, were supported by the village and the parish council because they met a need that was clear from our 2014 housing needs survey. And the partnership we had with that developer and their willingness to listen to what the village had to say has been described as exemplary. And as a result, we're getting long-needed facilities. But with these 18 houses, the current developer only met with the parish council after this full planning application had been submitted. So rather there being, and I quote here, early, proactive and effective engagement with the community, which is what the MPPF requires, that did not happen. When we eventually did meet, we made 2 points to them. First was that our 2021 housing needs survey didn't show a need for more houses at the moment. And secondly was that this land might usefully have come forward through our emerging neighbourhood plan for future development. The planning officer recommends approval on the grounds that there isn't a 5-year housing land supply. Well, maybe. And we note that Wiltshire's housing delivery figures are at least at 141%. Reading between the lines of the planning officer's report, however, we clearly think that she thinks that if you refuse this and it goes to appeal, it will be successful. But we respectfully submit to you that it's not your job to make the planning inspectorate's decisions for it. Rather, we think you need to ensure that core policies are adhered to and that villages such as ours are protected from rapid, off-plan overdevelopment. We urge you to refuse this application so that the village can exert influence over what development takes place and when it takes place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate that. To the unity member who's been very patient today, Councillor Jonathan Seed. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been well worth waiting to appear before this committee. Firstly, yeah, I find this an absolutely extraordinary situation that we're sat here discussing an application which the officer's own report says does not meet does not fit within the policies, and in fact is against the policies set by this council. But the officers feel that actually that doesn't matter. They might not win it on appeal, therefore never mind the policies. That is anarchy. And we as a council really do need to decide where we are coming from and how we are dealing with our planning applications. And I speak as someone who's sat and been involved in the planning committee for nearly 15 years. And this is an absolutely extraordinary departure where we are saying planning policies don't matter because we think we might lose an appeal. And I ask members to think very, very carefully about that when they come to make their decision. Let's look at the history of the original development here and of the development in this area. Many years, several years ago, I sat in Semington Parish Council when I think it was Hannick Holmes brought the original 24 development application to the Parish Council when it could not be developed without the strong support of the Parish Council because it was outside the village line. It's in open countryside. However much it's in open countryside, it is in open countryside. And the village, at the time, and with a public meeting, said, yeah, let's give it a go because we want some local homes for local people. And the strategic planners said, yes, you can do that. We could have all the affordable homes given over for local people with a local connection. That lasted as far as the planning application itself when it was quietly forgotten. And so in the original 24 development, that was not included. And it began to turn the village sour to this development. I emphasise what Dr. Scott has said, that the support of Semington for development has been quite interesting for a village which has been rocked by the number of applications that it's had. It's not a NIMBY village. 4 out of 5 developments in recent years supported. But we've got to really look at what developments are coming and whether they conflict with the principal aims of the National Planning Policy Framework, which this development does, and the report says it does. Let's look at the settlement development of Semington. Semington, as again Dr. Scott has said, has been extended by 53 granted planning permissions since 2016, with 19 additional affordable homes. That is way in excess of any target set. And indeed, we only had a baseline of requirement of 35 up to 2036. So they're already 50% beyond that, that target. And the settlement development in excess of the target set is in itself contrary to the NPPF. Now, our officers have determined that the proposal conflicts with core policies 1 and 2, but then they go back to make this judgment, which in my opinion is not for officers to make, that there are somehow other reasons why core policies can be ignored and they find them inconvenient. I'm urging this committee of members to actually show some backbone and stand up for the policies of our council. I also find myself here in an extraordinary position that I am agreeing with Francis Morland. And I haven't done so for over 10 years. But his paper is actually soundly written. It is evidenced. And, you know, it has been with the Cabinet Member for Planning for several days. We get one paragraph back which doesn't actually say that it's wrong. It just says we can't say it's right. And I'd ask you to consider that. We are a matter of weeks before an update to the 5-year housing land supply, as officers have stated. But there's also another important issue. Emerging government policy, which is contained in a ministerial statement, not just an idea, in a ministerial statement, which is contained in a bill going through the House of Lords at the moment, is clear about the removal of buffers, is clear about changes in requirement to the 5-year housing land supply. And if this was a neighbourhood plan in the same situation, we as planners or as councillors looking at planning would have to take that as emerging policy to take into consideration when making a decision. Because it is there. It is in black and white. It is in the House of Lords being discussed at the moment. It is in a ministerial statement, which is way beyond a consideration. The officers are relying on a differing opinion summarised in the Drynham Lane Trowbridge appeal decision. That's one decision. And there have been other planning inspectorate decisions which have taken a different view. We go back to the way the Cotswold District Council calculated their windfall. I accept that officers don't want to do that in our council, but actually, in my opinion, we as a council and as committees and as members should be looking at reasons why we can support our core policies and not running the white flag up at the first opportunity, because that is what will happen if you go as a committee, go with the officer's recommendation. So I would urge this committee to really think very carefully of the signal that they will send out, and that you as members will send out beyond this room to other members, to your villages, to your townspeople, because if you say that core policies don't matter, that it doesn't have to be sustainable development, because that is what you are saying, because the officers have written that in the report, then how will your residents feel when the next one comes up and we just don't bother because officers don't want to defend it at appeal? I'm one of those who sat in an appeal, as it was a traveller's appeal, and I sat there in a witness box for six hours. And we lost. But it was worth doing because I was standing up for my residents. And I ask you, the committee, to do the same for your residents and all of our residents. Thank you, Chair.
Indeed, I appreciate that. Gemma, you've been writing away there. Is there something you'd like to come back on with this?
A few things I think were highlighted there. One regarding pre-application discussions. Obviously, we do encourage pre-application discussions, but they are not required by policy. The previous 24 dwellings, that application came to Strategic Planning Committee with a recommendation of approval, but did also cite that the proposal at that time was contrary to Core Policy 1 and Core Policy 2. But because of the 5-year housing land supply, officers recommended approval of the application despite the parish support. So the previous 24 application, we are in the same position now as we were then. Obviously, we've stated that any future changes and advice from the government will be taken into consideration in the next housing land supply statement. But this application is ready for a decision, and we have to go on the published information that we have at present. This application, as we have said before, is contrary to Core Policy 1 and Core Policy 2, but with the lack of 5-year housing land supply and with no identified harm, we have to recommend approval from an officer view. The only other thing to reiterate is obviously with a windfall site, we're not talking here about 18 dwellings in a field in the middle of nowhere. We are looking at a site that is bounded on 3 sides by existing residential properties, and it's not going to come forward south of the existing residential properties that are already there. I think that's as much.
You've got nothing to add, Andrew? No. Tony, that's the top.
Thank you. And thank you for Councillor Seed's version of what he feels we should be. We do have a backbone, Jonathan. We do look at planning applications in the right way. Sometimes we do ignore core policies, depending on the planning application in front of us. As this particular planning application is, I am ignoring the 5-year land supply issue here. That doesn't trigger anything that sways my mind in any way, because this particular planning application, if there was no issue on a 5-year land supply, if we were looking at this just as a plain application in a village which is bounded by populated areas, north, east and west, as an infill site, specifically with buildings that are known to be carbon efficient and likely with a smaller developer that has actually placed others in this particular patch, I would be minded to support this. Looking at the plan itself, it's just a small range of 18 houses. And I feel that I would like to start the debate by proposing that we accept the officer's recommendation. And I feel quite happy with my decision on this and ask for a seconder.
Right, who'd like to speak to this? Beth.
I'd like to say one thing that hasn't been raised is having gone to look at the site on Monday. The road is dreadful getting to it. It's single with passing places. It's really not ideal, but is it such a small, comparatively speaking, development that that isn't considered as a significant problem?
Obviously, this application has been, the access has been looked at twice. So one for the 24 dwellings, and it was considered acceptable. And it has been looked at again with the addition of 18, and our highways officers have supported the application.
Okay, Carol, Councillor King. Oh, you're just, okay. You put your hand up.
Yes. I take on board everything that Dr. Scott said and Councillor Seed, but I took on board one thing that Dr. Scott said, and that was that when it comes to the new local plan, that this might be included. And if that is the case, why would we defer an application when the developer's on site? We want to keep the cost and the ecological impact of any, an environmental impact of any development down. And by approving the plan now, rather than in the future, would definitely have a plus benefit to society. And therefore, I see no reason for not delaying a development.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. Again, 5-year land supply haunts us once more. It's a strange thing because I'm sure as a committee, it wasn't very long ago, we actually rejected a planning application because of the neighbourhood plan, because of standing up for all of our people. We made a real stand. I remember actually making a statement saying my village had spent a lot of time and effort getting their neighbourhood plan up, and I really wanted to actually support them. And therefore, we actually went to, I think we actually went to judicial review because we felt the application wasn't good enough. And we went against the officer's recommendation, we turned it down. Now, I think we probably lost the appeal, but I felt really good that we'd stood up for our local residents. So I think as a committee, we have always done what we felt was right. And I think that's all we can do as committee members.
Yeah. Gemma.
I think the only difference to this application is there is no neighbourhood plan. They're at very early stages and it can't be taken into consideration on this application.
I am going to ask where they are with the neighbourhood plan on this. Yeah, okay.
Can you let Dr. Scott?
Yeah.
We are 16 months into what we think will be a 24-month process. So we are going to village consultation in the summer, Regulation 14. And we issued a call for sites as part of that neighbourhood planning process. And the point I made about what the parish council said to the developer was not that their land would be approved through a neighbourhood plan, but they could put their land forward through the neighbourhood planning process, just like 9 other applicants put their land through the neighbourhood planning process. So we are not at a very early stage. We are well on the way to having this splendid thing.
Yeah, thank you. I suspect if you're at Regulation 14 in the summer, it might be another year beyond that. I suspect. Gemma, did you have anything to add to that? No. So to come back to your points, James, unfortunately, we have lost a lot under appeal. We have always, and rightly so, liked to look after those that have got a neighbourhood plan in place. And I've always been very anxious that whether we love or loathe the localism bill, that was one good thing that came out of it. And I believe it to be an absolute imperative that large villages have a neighbourhood plan embedded. I've got small villages in my division that I've got the neighbourhood plan process as well for the same reason, because they're close to the motorway, etc. And I felt that it would give them a degree of comfort and a degree of safety, at least being able to craft and shape and size of how they see the communities in the future going forward. But of course, as you rightly point out, we have had large villages without a neighbourhood plan, and every one we've lost on appeal. And one of those has been one of mine, Sutton Benja, that they're now doing the neighbourhood plan, but they've been woefully dilatory in pulling it together. And they know I've said that to them, but they're well on the way now. I'm very proud of them, but it's been very, very difficult trying to get things sorted there. And we have just lost 3 large sites there on appeal between Christian Marford and Sutton Benja. So that's where you're coming from. And we've had a number across the county, of course, where exactly that's happened. I'm going to go to the vote on this now. Unfortunately, being outside the framework boundary doesn't carry any weight at all these days. If everybody's spoken, no, then I'm going to go to the vote. So all in favour of the resolution put forward by Councillor Trotman and was seconded, I think, by Councillor Shepherd. Please show. Yeah. I do thank you for the submissions made. There's a lot of lessons learned from there. And I'd like to thank you all for attending today. We didn't make it as late as it was yesterday. I'm on Valium now, so you should be as well. And I wish you all safe journeys home. Many thanks indeed. Thank you. Oh, 2nd of March. Oh, hang on.
Yeah,
Andrew, 2nd of March. That has been confirmed now, has it?
Confirmed, isn't it?
Yeah.